Conquest Manual in Another World. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, First Attempt at the Starry Sky. While Wei Xiong was paying tribute to his brother, more than 10 kilometers away, in a remote corner of the military base, dozens of personnel were busy. Jing Hangsu, the chief engineer of the Near Space Research Center of the Ministry of Aerospace Industry, stood in front of the information console and asked his assistant solemnly, "Zhao Chen, have all the coefficients been adjusted?" Assistant Chen Sen held a thick stack of documents in his hand and replied, "Engineer Jing, all departments have completed the debugging." Jing Hangsu nodded slightly. "Notify all departments to conduct the final flight inspection according to the usual practice, and the countdown is 20 minutes. From the first day of arriving in the Great Mo Realm to the present, the rabbits have never given up exploring the starry sky of the Great Mo Realm." As soon as the Xinhao team settled in the valley, the physics research team led by Zhang Guchen measured the Planck constant. The answer is simple: Planck's constant has changed. Planck's constant was first discovered through the blackbody radiation experiment. It means that any absorption and release of energy has a minimum value, and energy less than this value does not exist. This also means that our world is discontinuous, and the continuous world is an illusion. According to the experimental results obtained by Zhang Guchen's team, the Planck constant of the Great Mo Realm is smaller than that of the Earth. As we all know, to discuss the issue of Planck's constant, we must explain it in the framework of quantum mechanics. There is a core principle in quantum mechanics, namely the uncertainty principle formally proposed by Heisenberg at the Solvay conference in 1927. Our most familiar understanding of it is that the momentum and position of a quantum cannot be determined at the same time. That is, the more certain the momentum, the more uncertain the position, the more certain the position, the more uncertain the momentum. This is a very simple concept. Many experimental results in quantum mechanics can be explained by it, and its mathematical expression is h/4 Greek letter pi. Since h/4 Greek letter pi is a constant, when the position is more certain, that is, the smaller the change values of the position, the greater the change value of the momentum must be, and vice versa. At the same time, this formula also satisfies macroscopic objects, so I won't go into details here. It is still well known. In the second application of the uncertainty principle, that is, the uncertainty relationship between energy and time, the mathematical formula is expressed as f/4 Greek letter pi. So if the Planck constant becomes smaller, quantum tunneling will become more difficult to achieve, and the sun may not even become a star. Because even if the core of the sun can reach a high temperature of 15 million degrees Celsius, the proton-proton chain reaction of hydrogen fusion cannot be achieved without the help of the quantum tunneling effect. From the perspective of vacuum quantum fluctuations, this means that under the same time, when the Great Mo Realm appeared, the universe where the Earth is located has not even been born. Therefore, the starry sky trajectory of the Great Mo Realm cannot be simply calculated, and the three suns alone cannot be simply explained by tidal locking. So those big guys who say tidal locking look down on my settings too much. In short, once the Planck constant changes, it means that the universe is no longer the original universe. But in this case, one thing should have happened. That is, once the Planck constant changes, the rabbits should have completely collapsed the moment they stepped through the light gate. But in fact, not only are the rabbits' bodies intact, but there is no reproductive isolation from the humans in the Great Mo Realm. This is a very strange phenomenon. But since it happened, it means that there must be some rules behind it that cannot be analyzed for the time being. After all, the existing science and technology are not very advanced. Let alone the universe, there are a lot of unsolved mysteries on the Earth. So after the discussion and resolution of the core layer, the problem of the light gate and the Planck constant of the Great Mo Realm will be listed as a super long-term project. It is rare to make a breakthrough before the birth of a high-level cultivator of the nascent soul realm in the local area. And corresponding to this long-term project is a relatively practical short-term goal: measure the planet or quasi-planet coefficient of the universe where the Great Desert Realm is located, and at the same time conduct a certain degree of celestial body observation, and then launch the satellite as soon as possible. Although the specific structure of the Great Mo Realm is unclear, but since it has main sequence stars, stars twinkle in the dark night, and a very fixed rotation period. Then it must be somewhere in the universe. At most it is a little special. The rabbits have observed triple star systems before. Alpha Centauri, Gliese 667, and HD 188753 are all standard triple star systems. Quadruple star systems such as JoJo TV have been discovered. Even the Western European Observatory has observed a planet similar to a continental plate, the kind of alien continent in fantasy novels. Of course, that is not a plate or a standard flat type, but an irregular shape similar to a triangular tip. In short, it has nothing to do with a circle. The reason for this kind of star is very complicated. To put it simply, the gravity between its main sequence stars and satellites is balanced at a very delicate node. This makes it impossible for the star to achieve the hydrostatic balance of a round planet, thus giving birth to such a strange thing. So from the perspective of stars, the Great Mo realm is really not a rare planetary system. The real special thing about the Great Mo realm is that it breeds life. Generally speaking, even if a planet in a triple star system is not tidally locked by a star, its surface temperature is generally above 500 degrees Celsius. Except for people who have lived in Guangzhou for a long time, other humans will be roasted to death on this kind of planet. But the Great Mo realm did not have such a high temperature. It has developed an extremely habitable living environment and bred a large number of extraordinary life. Even before the collision between the Great Mo realm and the Demon realm, its own ecosystem was very rich. There is only one possibility that led to this situation, that is, above a certain height on the surface of the Great Mo realm, there must be something that has filtered out most of the various cosmic energies. Perhaps it is the ozone layer, or perhaps some other unknown substances. The special thing about the Xiangsha world is that its spiritual energy has derived a civilization system, but from the most basic material composition. It must abide by certain rules. It's just that this rule is not easy to crack with current scientific and technological means. For example, the space bag that appeared in the Wei Mansion has the same purpose as the space technology at the top of science and technology. This is the correlation between cultivation and science in essential concepts. It's like giving two people a paragraph and asking them to write an essay. The content written by both sides will definitely be different. But at its core, you will find that they actually abide by some of the same context. Of course, the blank paper is an exception. The site returns to the launch pad. This time, with the authorization of the camp, Jing Zhengsu's team is preparing to launch an experimental study of the sky of the Great Mo realm. However, this time Jing Zhengsu and his team did not launch a satellite. It is a stratospheric aerostat. After all, we don't even know the mass of the Great Mo realm at this moment, and the escape velocity of the satellite cannot be calculated at all. But the stratospheric aerostat is different. Friends who have studied geography should know that the atmosphere shows different characteristics with different altitudes. It is divided into the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere and exosphere, and above that is the interstellar space. Among them, there is a very famous quiet airspace near the stratosphere, where airplanes cannot go up and satellites cannot come down, and only rockets occasionally pass through. Academically, this quiet airspace is called near space, which is a very strategically valuable area. There are generally two types of aircraft that perform related tasks in near space: new concept aerostats or hybrid structure airships. Considering the heavy weight of airships, the camp chose a more convenient aerostat this time. My country's stratospheric aerostat has successfully and safely returned on March 30, 2016, with a flight code 4Q00I1. The initial altitude of the airship of Jing Zhengsu's team is 32.7 kilometers above the ground, and it will be automatically recovered after 96 hours. If the airship can operate normally and is recovered, the rabbits will have a much easier time in reconnaissance in the future, but the signal still depends on the antenna array. After all, the airship itself does not have the function of a long-term communication satellite. Since the airship has its own buoyancy and power system and does not need to be carried by a rocket, the main thing that needs to be debugged is the signal transmission system. After the 20-minute countdown, Jing Zhengsu officially ordered, "Take off." The operator untied the restrictions on the airship, and the airship, like a drunk child, twisted its chubby body and slowly took off. Jing Zhengsu stared closely at the airship taking off and finally disappeared in sight. Then he quickly returned to the operating table. Generally speaking, the operating table for a satellite launch should be divided into 3 rows. The row closest to the large screen is the technician operation area, which is mainly used by technicians to monitor the data and images on the large screen in real time. The second row is the operation area for the base's measurement and control and meteorological personnel. The third row is the command and decision-making area. When the satellite is launched, the chief engineer of the base and the head of the troops will communicate here. However, due to the tight launch time, only one row of operating tables for the airship was planned, so Jing Zhengsu could go directly to the screen to understand the situation. At this time, the operator was quickly doing data testing. The top pressure coefficient is normal, the communication dial is normal, and the constant pressure is stable. The wing pressure has not reached the equilibrium value of 24.75. Jingguang, should we perform internal pressurization? Jing Zhengsu frowned. Why is the pressure insufficient? The current airship is 4,400 meters high, and the wind pressure at the same height in Damoji is higher than that on the Earth. Is the orbit normal? It has deviated by 0.04 standard inclinations. Jing Zhengsu made a prompt decision, increase the delivery of propellant and correct it to within 0.015 inclinations. The floating target height is reduced by 0.5 kilometers. Received. 37 minutes later, the airship reached the target height. 4.5 hours later, the airship operated normally and collected a lot of air pressure and gas information. The first launch mission of the airship was successfully completed. I found that I am at a disadvantage for updating 3 times a day. Because of the range, each chapter cannot be fixed at 2,000 words. Sometimes it is 2,300 and sometimes 2,500. Others update 3 times with 6,000 words, but I update 2 times with 5,400. I am crying. I will try to write one more chapter tonight. I have to do rehabilitation acupuncture on my fingers until 8 o'clock, and it may take until the early morning to finish writing, so you don't have to wait deliberately. Anyway, if I don't post it today, I will definitely make up for it with 9,000 words tomorrow. Finally, I beg for a monthly ticket. Chapter 77 Exploration Plan. One day after the successful launch of the stratospheric aerostat. Still near the military base. With the overtime efforts of the engineering team, a military airport was built in just over 30 hours. The airport covers an area of 16,000 square meters and is paved with 3x3 hollow metal plates. At this moment, several helicopters are neatly arranged on the ground of the airport. This batch of helicopters has 2 models, AC-311A and WZ-10. AC-311A naturally needs no introduction. WZ-10 is the first professional armed helicopter produced by the Rabbits, and also the first self-developed professional armed helicopter in Asian countries. Its appearance ended the history of the Rabbit Air Force's long-term reliance on the modified French Dolphin helicopter as an armed helicopter, greatly improving the Air Force's aviation assault and anti-armor capabilities. According to the layout of the camp, these 10 helicopters will be matched with 1 Wu plus 1 A to carry out a large-scale search mission. Each WZ-10 will carry 3 people, so it's really not okay not to note that the 16th Assault Brigade of the 8th Army has been refined to the point where it can seat 3 people in the 20-year documentary. 2 of them are members of the aerospace crew from China, and the other is an accompanying person arranged by the Wei Mansion. According to the plan, they will conduct a full-scale search within a range of 600 kilometers around the camp. The main targets of this search are divided into the following items: independent peaks with an area of more than 40,000 square meters, large mountain ranges, and rivers with a width of more than 5 meters. Of course, there is also the most important target, the city. Although the camp has a map provided by the Wei Mansion, on the one hand, the accuracy of this map is not accurate. On the other hand, the time of drawing is a bit old, and some landmarks have changed. According to the Wei Mansion, this map has not been changed for nearly 20 years. No one knows whether 1 or 2 new cities will emerge nearby. After all, these days are different from the time of Wei Siming. More than 170 years ago, when Wei Siming and his people built the city, they also needed to buy land and sign a land deed from the nearby big city. But now, more than 100 years have passed, and with the frequent attacks of beast tides, building a city is no longer a matter that requires a formal process. As long as you have enough cultivation realm, you can choose a piece of land to build a city. Naturally, there will be refugees coming to seek your shelter. For example, a caravan under Wei Qiangsheng once discovered a new city more than 70 miles away, with a population of about thousands. Considering this uncertainty, it is imperative to redraw new map. As for the possible attack of monsters or human monks during the search, the camp is not worried about it. There are 4 types of weapons mounted on the YZ-10. They are 4-unit PL-90 air-to-air missiles, 19-unit 70mm rocket launchers, 19-unit 70mm rocket launchers, KA-KD-10 anti-tank missiles, and airborne fixed weapons 23L 23mm chain aircraft guns. In terms of power, the YZ-10 is roughly equivalent to the attack power of a 3rd-level monster in its early stage, of course. As I said, this is a theoretical damage value. After all, the hit rate needs to be considered. But overall, if you encounter an ordinary 2nd-level monster during flight, you can still give it a friendly greeting. Moreover, although there are some 2nd-level or even 3rd-level monsters stranded in the Great Mo realm, the intelligence of these monsters is not low. Most of them are on the defensive at this time and will not rashly take the initiative to attack. Not to mention that the helicopter can increase the flight altitude at any time. That altitude is out of reach for most 2nd-level monsters. As for encountering human monks, the Wei Mansion officials in the crew are prepared for this situation. These officials are well-known leaders of Wei Mansion's industries and have some reputation and connections in some surrounding cities. On this trip, they all brought a jade card similar to a projector, which can display the family emblem of Wei Mansion. At that time, they will announce to the outside world that the helicopter is a new flying boat developed by Wei Mansion. In this way, no matter what the high-level monks around them think in their hearts, even if they arrange some people to come to investigate after a while, at least they will not make it difficult on the surface. In addition to the big city that was severely damaged by the beast tide of Xiaolianzi Mountain, there are only 2 cities with early-stage combat power within 1,000 miles of Chixin City. To be honest, the rabbits are not afraid of being targeted by them. In addition to the armed helicopters responsible for providing fire support, the other 5 AC-311A will also take on the task of searching for refugees. The camp will send 2 car companies to cooperate with them to carry out high-precision searches, combining ground and air. After the helicopter finds the refugee group, the Wei Mansion staff will come out to appease them and ask them to wait quietly in place. The members of the car company will arrive within 2 to 4 hours. At the same time, each AC-311 also carries a ton of compressed biscuits in the reserve cabin, which is enough to provide energy for the refugees for a short time. Perhaps due to the lack of suitable road conditions, the refugees will encounter various discomforts when riding in trucks. But compared with the difficulty of long-distance travel, this situation is nothing. You should know that the mortality rate of refugee migration of this scale is generally around 30 to 40%, reference from the late Han Dynasty documents. At the same time, among the 5 A311s that were on the mission, there happened to be a pair of old acquaintances of ours, Yao Rong and Yu Guanghu. In the previous exploration of the Beast Tide, Yao Rong's crew was rewarded by the core layer for their excellent performance. But unfortunately, the 2 of them did not detect the cultivation qualifications above the 4 spiritual roots. So after obtaining their consent, their related resources were postponed to their descendants. If the time is right, the authorities will lead their descendants into the Damo world. In the cockpit, the 2 were chatting. Our mission this time is a bit heavy, flying a full 500 kilometers. Since the Wei Mansion official was riding in an armed helicopter, there were still only 2 people in the AC-311C, so Yao Rong and Yu Guanghu were not so cautious when talking, but with the escort of military helicopters, safety should still be guaranteed. At least we don't have to drop explosives. Yu Guanghu tightened his seatbelt and stared at the YZ-10 not far away. Indeed. This pile of missiles looks safe. Tisk tisk, I heard that it is domestically produced. Hearing the word domestic, Yao Rong didn't know what he was thinking, and his face was a little heavy. Domestic aircraft. When I first started my internship, I was still driving a foreign helicopter. In order to purchase the relevant technology, I really sold my blood one by one. This is the hatred of all helicopter people, and it is also a shame that will never be forgotten in this life. As a result, now a bunch of shameless marketing accounts are still brushing something to thank others for transferring technology. Bah. Don't want face. Yu Guanghu patted his friend on the shoulder and comforted him. After all, there are more than 1 billion people. If there are not a few idiots, do you think you are living in heaven? These days, marketing accounts are willing to do anything for popularity. Do you still expect them to have any shame? We just need to go our own way. Lao Yao, you see, the independent production of the Z10 is only the first step. Those who have bullied our flower-growing family will have to pay for their debts sooner or later. After everything was ready, the ground control tower sent an instruction: the takeoff order will be issued in 120 seconds. Since the equipment had been debugged and ready, Yaorong looked around casually while waiting for takeoff. Perhaps because the target was more conspicuous, his eyes naturally fell on the Z-10 that would be his partner. The cockpit of the Z-10 is larger than that of the AC-311A, and the instrument panel is very sophisticated and complex. At the same time, you can vaguely see an official from the Wei mansion sitting stiffly in the back seat. Several missiles of different colors were tightly attached to the belly of the fuselage, and there was a protruding gun barrel at the front. The dark body of the fuselage was steady and atmospheric. Yaorong couldn't help but murmured, "It's so beautiful." It seemed that he sensed Yaorong's gaze. The pilot of the Z-10 suddenly turned his head and made eye contact with Yaorong. This was a very young pilot with a resolute face, and his age seemed to be at least 1 or 2 generations younger than Yaorong. 2 seconds later, the pilot smiled brightly at him and gave him a thumbs up. Upon seeing this, Yaorong suddenly felt a very strange emotion in his chest. The depression that he had felt before because of thinking about the Gull incident disappeared instantly. After coming to his senses, he quickly returned the same salute to the other party. Putting down his palm, Yaorong took a deep breath. While operating the dashboard, he said to Yu Guanghu, "Old Yu, you are right. Domestic products are safe, it's a masterpiece. So why did I set the line of adding 1 chapter for every 200 words? Today is 9,000 words. 42,000 words have been updated in 5 days after the release, and I said 4,000 words per day in my remarks when the book was released. I didn't go for acupuncture tonight, but I will do it tomorrow, so there will be only 2 updates tomorrow. Double monthly tickets for the last 3 days, please vote. Don't forget that 300 monthly tickets can add 1 more chapter." Chapter 78, Strange Discovery. Reporting to the headquarters, this is Crew 8633. A river has been discovered below our current position. It flows from south to west. The rangefinder shows that the river is about 20 meters wide. The relevant images have been submitted. Please reply if you receive them. Received. Please continue exploring. Over. After hanging up the communicator, Yaorong yawned a little tiredly and asked Yu Guanghu, "Old Yu, which river is this?" Yu Guanghu flipped through the records on the electronic screen and replied, "This is the 8th one. The flow direction is different from the previous ones. It can be confirmed that it is an undiscovered river. I just don't know if its upstream or downstream areas will be recorded and reported repeatedly by other crews." Yaorong heard this and showed a trace of indifference on his face. The people over there in the exploration team are very powerful. They can tell whether it is a river or not by comparing big data. "We don't have to worry about these things," Yu Guanghu hummed and stopped talking. At this time, more than half a day had passed since they set out from the base. At present, the distance they explored has reached nearly 200 kilometers, which is more than 100 kilometers more than their first flight, that is, the time when they discovered the beast tide. During this exploration flight, the exploration module consisting of 2 helicopters, 1 civilian and 1 military, discovered a total of more than 70 mountains with an area of more than 40,000 square meters, 7 continuous mountain ranges, and 8 rivers with a width of more than 5 meters. In addition, there are 3 cities of different sizes. Since these 3 cities can be found on the map provided by the Wei Mansion, the 2 helicopters did not deliberately fly over the city to search and sample. They just recorded the location information from a distance and flew away. However, according to the news from the tower, another exploration team discovered a new city that had not been recorded. The population of the new city is about 3,000, and it is about 130 kilometers away from Qi County. With the assistance of the Wei Mansion's officials, the exploration team successfully met with the city's owner family and briefly learned some information. At the same time, the exploration team also reached a small number of trade intentions with the city in the name of Wei Qiangshen, and the materials will be delivered by the next batch of helicopters. As for the monster beast, Yaorong and his exploration team really encountered a blind bird. According to the judgment of the Wei Mansion official, the realm of this flying monster beast is about the middle level of the first level. It has a crocodile-like face and a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. It roared and rushed towards the crew. And then there was nothing else. Under the greeting of 2 missiles, this monster beast has now successfully reincarnated. Beep, beep, beep. When the helicopter flew over a plane, Yao Rong suddenly thought of something and said to Yu Guanghu, "Old Yu, we also encountered a beast tied on a plane last time, right? This time, with the help of armed helicopters, we don't have to worry about dropping explosives." Yu Guanghu nodded and was about to say something when the voice of Zhou Pingnan, a helicopter pilot in the same group, suddenly came from the communicator. 8633, this is 5053. A group of refugees were found about 500 meters to the right of my aircraft, with a number of about 200 to 300. Should we launch a coordinated landing? Yao Rong and Yu Guanghu were shocked when they heard this and quickly entered the working state. Yao Rong first picked up the military telescope and looked carefully at the direction Zhou Pingnan said. It was found that, as he said, there were many ragged refugees gathered in that direction. These refugees gathered under a small hillside, and there was no shadow of any sheltering objects around them. Obviously, this was a temporary stop during the escape. In addition, Yao Rong also noticed there were many pots and pans in the gathering place of this group of refugees. Perhaps they brought enough dry food when they fled. This is not surprising. Some refugees had a good location when they fled, and happened to pass by some rice shops or granaries. In addition, there were monks behind them who were resisting the beast tide, so it was not uncommon to carry a few bags of rice. After visually observing the situation of the refugees, Yao Rong immediately replied, 5053, this is 8633, my plane agrees to coordinated landing. Considering that there are only 5 people in the 2 helicopters, there may be certain safety hazards when encountering a large number of refugees. For example, the other party is jealous, so the command center specially formulated a coordinated landing plan before the trip. The so-called coordinated landing. It means that when encountering refugees, the civilian crew will land first, and at the same time, the armed helicopter will lower the rope ladder to lower the Wei Mansion officer and the crew to the ground, and he will be responsible for the handover with the refugees. After that, the armed helicopter will remain in the air for about 500 meters to ensure the safety of the ground personnel. The distance of 500 meters is very close, and the helicopter flew over the refugees in a short while. Beep, beep, beep. The sudden appearance of the helicopter caused a certain degree of commotion among the refugees on the ground. However, perhaps because they had seen the cultivators flying with swords, the refugees only moved closer to each other and did not scatter and flee. A moment later, Yao Rong's crew landed smoothly and met with the Wei Mansion's official. Then the official named Wei Baquan took out a jade slip and input spiritual power into it. With a clang, a 7th-level dog cough appeared above Wei Baquan's head, a clan emblem of the Wei Mansion. Then he picked up a loudspeaker, walked to 20 meters away from the refugees, and shouted to the refugees, "Dear people, I am Wei Baquan, the secretary of the Wei Mansion in Qi County. The 2 magic weapons you see are the newly refined flying boats of the Wei Mansion. We have no ill will towards you, so please don't be nervous. Now I will give you some time, please elect 4 people who can represent everyone's will, we have something to talk to you about." The refugees looked at each other, and there was a buzz of discussion. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the 4 representatives elected by the refugees slowly walked out of the crowd. The 4 representatives were 3 men and 1 woman. Although their clothes were more or less wrinkled or torn, their overall image was much better than that of ordinary refugees. It can be seen. These 4 people are the best among this group of refugees in terms of status and ability. After several people came to the front, Wei Baquan turned around and looked at Yao Rong. Seeing Yao Rong nod, he stepped forward and said, "Hello, everyone. I am Wei Baquan. The 2 people beside me are also the managers of our Wei Mansion. Judging from the direction of your movements, you should be from Wenkan City, right?" In response to Wei Baquan's inquiry, a broad-minded man among the 4 nodded, "Yes, we are fleeing from Wenkan City." This time, Wenkan City, Wei Baquan heard this and showed a trace of sympathy on his face. Not long ago, he had personally experienced the scene of the city being breached, and he knew how desperate it was. Then he sighed and said, "Since you are all refugees, I will tell you something. Qi County City encountered strong support in this beast tide, and wiped out nearly 10,000 invading monsters and all the 2nd-level monsters. At present, the city is preparing to expand and renovate, and there are many places that need manpower. So the government sent us to take in the refugees. I wonder if you are willing to go to Qi County City? Oh, by the way, don't worry about food. As long as you work hard, you will be well fed every day. Wei Baquan did not take the credit for defending the city to the Wei mansion. After all, there were many witnesses to the siege, and the appearance of the rabbits was not a secret. The refugees would know it when they asked in the city. Anyway, the rabbits claimed to be the main family of the Wei mansion and would be stationed here for a long time. The Wei mansion didn't need to give itself a layer of halo that could be broken with a poke. But when Weibo finished speaking, what made him and Yao Rong's crew feel a little strange was, after hearing the words enough food, the four people in front of him did not show too much excitement. They were surprised, but not to the extent of being ecstatic. If this scene happened in some novels, some readers might complain in this chapter, surprised, but not completely surprised, ahem. Normally, refugees' demands for food are higher than clothes and shelter. When encountering news related to food, these people's performance seemed a little dull. However, Yao Rong did not compare too deeply. Maybe they really don't lack food? The four people just lowered their heads and talked quietly. Then it was still the wealthy man who spoke. Steward, I wonder if the mansion can provide enough accommodation for refugees like us? And will the workstations be guaranteed for a long time? Wei Baquan was informed of a lot of information by the camp before he set off, so he immediately replied, we will arrange some accommodation for everyone. Although it may not be a brick house, it is countless times better than an ordinary wooden house or thatched house. Don't worry about the workstations. At least it will be enough for you to work for hundreds of millions of years, as long as you live to that time. The wealthy man heard this and a hint of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then he hesitated for a while and said slowly, Steward Wei, there is one more thing I need to tell you. There are only 2 updates today. It has been 4 days in a row. From the first to now, more than 40,000 words have been updated. It's okay to let the donkey rest for a day, right? The main thing is that I have to go for acupuncture today. The friction of my knuckles is almost enough to ignite Boruto. Please give me a monthly ticket. Woo woo woo. Although it is the 6th now, there are still a few big guys who have put it on the shelves this month. It's not too much to ask for 44,000 monthly tickets in 5 days, right? Chapter 79, Strange Discovery. Perhaps it was because the rich man had a standard accent. The simultaneous translation machine successfully translated his conversation with Wei Baquan into Chinese without error. Yao Rong looked at the rich man who was talking in front of him and couldn't help but frown slightly. He always felt that something was wrong. Although these refugees were rugged, their complexions were not unhealthy, sallow and dry, but full and faintly rosy. From their actions, it can be seen that their limbs are very strong. It is obvious. They must have had enough food sources these days. Whether they can eat enough or not is another matter, at least they can never be hungry day and night. You know, Wenkan City encountered the same main batch of beast tide as Chixin City, and it has been almost 20 days since the city was broken. How much food did these refugees bring along the way to ensure that everyone has enough food for such a long time? Combined with the fact that these refugees did not carry a lot of objects, Yao Rong suddenly had an idea in his mind. He nudged Yu Guanghu with his elbow. Old Yu, do you feel something is wrong? Yu Guanghu nodded quietly and lowered his voice. You feel it too. What do you think? Yao Rong was silent for a few seconds. I think these refugees either have space bags, or they eat 2-legged sheep. Yu Guanghu's pupils shrank immediately. As a person who has the habit of reading, he knows exactly what Yao Rong means by 2-legged sheep. This, Yao Rong continued. Anyway, these are the only 2 possibilities I can think of. It's not like they have something in their hands that can be planted in the fields and harvest food every day, right? This is not a grim fairy tale. If there is such a thing, I will go back to the cab and chew the joystick on the spot, okay? After saying this, Yao Rong stretched out his hand and knocked 4 times on the side of the earphone in a very concealed manner. This military earphone has a tactile communication function, and the code for knocking 4 times is, there is a special situation, enter alert status. After the means command, the Wazi-10 above the ground remained in the air unchanged. But the driver Zhou Pingnan's hand had quietly placed on a certain component on the left. At the same time, Yao Rong walked straight forward and asked the 4 representatives through the translator, everyone, please speak directly if you have anything to say. The wealthy man heard the unfamiliar Chinese language and looked at Yao Rong with some curiosity, but soon retracted his gaze. It's not that he hasn't seen some people with foreign accents in these years. After all, the Great Mo realm is vast, and it is not uncommon for some regions to have different languages. Anyway, Judging from Wei Baquan's attitude towards Yao Rong, this man is the leader among the few people. So he organized his words and said, "My dear managers, we have heard of the good reputation of the Wei Mansion. The work relief of the Siming Patriarch has been famous for hundreds of years. So I will tell you directly. We have a treasure that is not bad. Are you interested in seeing it?" A question mark suddenly appeared on Yao Rong's face. The rich man smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "Please follow me." Yao Rong followed with big strides and motioned Wei Baquan and Yu Guanghu to go together. "Old Zhao." During the march, Yu Guanghu gently pulled Yao Rong's sleeve. "Look at the waists of these people." Yao Rong turned his head slightly and looked along. In the gaps between the waists of these four people when they walked, one or more jade cards could be vaguely seen. Yao Rong was somewhat familiar with this kind of jade card. He had one of this kind of jade card on him, which was one of the equipment issued by the headquarters before departure. Talisman. You know, the talismans of the Great Mo realm are not like the psychic shields of the rabbits, which have a fuse. Only true practitioners can activate the talismans of the Great Mo realm. In other words, the identities of these four people are not refugees, but practitioners who survived in Wenkin City. However, after seeing through the identities of several people, Yao Rong's doubts deepened a bit. If these people are practitioners, why do they follow such a large group of refugees? And even if the four of them don't have to worry about food, why do those refugees look healthy and not depressed? After walking forward 30 or 50 steps, the wealthy man led several people to a very central location. In the center of the ground, there was an object covered with weeds. The wealthy man pulled away the weeds, and a cage about 1.5 meters long, wide and high appeared in front of everyone. After seeing the contents of the cage clearly, Wei Baquan, Yao Rong and Yu Guanghu took a deep breath at the same time. There was a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old sitting in the cage. Her face was covered with mud, and her clothes were torn and wrinkled. In her arms was a white radish the size of a 155mm howitzer shell, and in front of her was a tuber object more than 30 centimeters long. But what really surprised Yao Rong and others was that this little girl not only had a pair of fluttering ears on her head, but also a furry tail behind her. If Wang Qiang saw this, she would definitely shout, "Oh my god, animal-eared girl!" But unfortunately, this funny guy was doing experiments in the laboratory at this time, and couldn't run over to say something naughty. As a typical straight man, Yao Rong's only reaction to this situation was to take a step back. He subconsciously took out a pistol equipped in the camp and shouted, "What do you mean by this?" The wealthy man quickly made a calming gesture to him. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry." Then he sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this, I will tell the truth. The four of us are from the Lin family of Wenkin City. In this beast tide, all the high-level monks of the Lin family died, and only a few of us survived and escaped. This girl is an unknown creature discovered by the head of my family before the beast tide. She has a human body and face, but has the ears and tail of a monster. When the head of the family found her, she was being chased by a group of monsters. Then he stretched out his hand, pointed to the radish and tuber in the girl's arms, and said, 'These two are also strange objects discovered at the same time as this girl. According to the head of the family's research, as long as the girl holds them for a period of time every day and plants them in the ground the next day, a lot of food can be grown.'" Yao Rong heard this and suddenly thought of something. His face gradually became a little strange. The wealthy man did not notice Yao Rong's abnormality, and he continued, "During this escape, we used this item to gather these refugees. You see, although these refugees are in tattered clothes, they are all healthy and can do any work, even if the intensity is high. It doesn't matter if something happens. So, do you have any idea to eat these refugees and this girl together?" Yao Rong frowned after listening to this, held down Yu Guanghu who was about to speak, and asked, "Since you have the ability to provide food, why don't you gather more? Wait, how many people can these two strange objects provide for food every day?" The wealthy man showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. 300 or 400 people. Yao Rong suddenly understood. Understood everything. Why these practitioners would act with a refugee group, why most of the refugees look very healthy, why the wealthy man had asked if there were any work positions in the city before, and why he wanted to sell this little girl and two strange objects. It all made sense at once. The purpose of these four people was only one from the beginning to the end, to pack up the refugees and the little girl and sell them together. This batch of refugees is much stronger than ordinary refugees. They do not have the physical deficiency caused by long-distance travel, and their labor capacity is almost comparable to that of ordinary civilians. Compared with ordinary civilians, this batch of refugees has no one to rely on, which is very suitable for exploitation. Now that the beast tide has just passed, many cities need a large number of manpower for repair and maintenance. Some work is very intensive and dangerous, and ordinary refugees cannot keep up with it. Ordinary civilians can do it, but once something happens to them, there will be some trouble. At least the public opinion in the city will not be very good. And this kind of refugees in front of them. They can work but have no foothold. If something happens, they will just roll up their bedding and bury it outside the city. Who can still live? So the wealthy man deliberately asked if there was a demand for workstations in Qi County City. As long as there was a shortage of workers, this batch of refugees was definitely the best choice. Perhaps someone would ask, why don't these refugees run? The reason is very simple. First, they are ordinary people, and their foot speed cannot be compared with that of practitioners. Second, where are they running? Following the wealthy man and his men, they can have a full meal every day. At least before finding a buyer, the wealthy man and his men will never let them starve. If they can find a good city, they may have a chance to survive in the future. But if they leave the team, it would be good if half of the 10 people can survive after 5 days. In troubled times, human lives are worthless, and it's no joke. As for the reason for selling the little girl, it's even simpler. As Yao Rong asked and got the reply, the two strange objects can only produce rations for 300 or 400 people every day. This is the upper limit. Before this, the head of the Lin family had tried various means, but still could not increase the daily output. For practitioners like the wealthy man, having a full meal is not a difficult thing. The biggest use of these two strange objects in hand is to regularly cultivate a group of refugees to sell. This behavior is not only tiring, but also possible to encounter such emergencies. So now that they have encountered such a seller with a very good reputation as the Wei Mansion, the wealthy man and his men naturally want to sell this chicken rib in a package. The character of the little fox was suggested by a book friend. A little demon who has been educated by us since childhood feels very interesting. Today is another 5,500 words. Double monthly tickets are only left tonight and tomorrow. Please vote for me. Chapter 80, The Name and Speculation of the Beast-Eared Girl. Although the behavior of the wealthy man and others was a bit bad, this was the Great Mo realm after all, and the laws of the rabbits had not yet covered this area. In addition, the wealthy man and his 4 companions did not actually endanger the lives of the refugees. So after despising them in his heart, Yao Rong finally calmed down. He coughed lightly and asked the wealthy man, how much do you plan to sell these refugees, this little girl and the 2 rare items for? The wealthy man had obviously prepared a draft beforehand, and answered very fluently, sir, as long as the 2 rare items are placed next to the little girl for a period of time and buried in this oil for 6 hours, they can produce more than 400 kilograms of grain. The total amount of grain produced by a big Mori is about 3,000 kilograms. In the nearby cities, the price of these 2 kinds of grain is about 1 copper coin and 2 kilograms. So the value of the grain produced by each big Mori is about 1,500 copper coins, which is 0.5 low-grade spirit stones. There are more than 50 big Moris a year, and the total value is 25 spirit stones. We won't ask you for more. The 2 rare items are calculated based on your mansion's share of 30 years, so give 750 spirit stones. After saying this, the wealthy man secretly glanced at Yao Rong. Seeing that Yao Rong didn't react, he nodded at the refugees with his chin and said, as for these 400 people, each person will get 210 coppers. If you use it well, it will be quite easy to earn 5 or 6 times 400 times 200 is 80,000, which is more than 130 spirit stones. Together with the rare objects, it will be a total of 880. Yao Rong listened quietly and estimated in his mind 889 spirit stones are easy to say. 1 spirit stone is equivalent to 6,100 Chinese yuan, and the total price is more than 5 million. This price is actually not bad. After all, the bulk of the money is on the 2 rare objects, and it seems that there is room for bargaining. So he told the wealthy man that he would report back to the master, and then walked to a remote place nearby. He reported the whole thing to the headquarters through the communicator. 10 minutes later, the headquarters replied, you can express your intention to buy, and then wait at the same place. The headquarters will send a specialist to contact as soon as possible. Less than an hour later, 2 helicopters flew in from a distance. One of them was a WZ-10 escorting the group. The other was the modified AC-311A that Mr. Wang and his team had taken earlier. It could carry 9 more people in addition to the flight crew. A moment later, the plane landed. Ma Ning led the camp this time, and Wei Niandong and Wei Fan also came with a team. The other 6 were a special service team including Lin Ziming, responsible for preparing for special situations. After the plane landed, Yao Rong walked up and had a brief exchange with Ma Ning and his team. Professor Ma, we just asked a few refugees and confirmed that the 2 items were indeed effective. In addition, we also saw a few grain pits that had not been dug out, which basically confirmed that the other party was not lying. They offered 880 spirit stones, and I estimate that I can pay some back. Ma Ning thanked him, turned to Wei Fan and said, Master Wei, thank you. Wei Fan nodded at him and walked straight to the front of the wealthy middle-aged man. He took out a seal from his waist and output a little spiritual energy into it. A moment later, the mark glowed slightly. This is the Patriarch Order of the Wei family. You are from the Lin family of Winkin City. I think you should be familiar with the Patriarch Order. I am Wei Fan, the current Patriarch of the Wei family. Wei Fan showed the mark to several people and made his identity clear. Qi County City may be a little small for the rabbits. A district in the Magic City can be several times larger than it. But in the Great Mo realm, especially within this radius of hundreds of miles, Qi County City is actually a well-known force. After all, there were originally 3 Foundation Establishment stage fighters in the city, one of whom was even at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. In addition, the reputation of the Wei family has been very good since Wei Siming, and many nearby cities have heard of the name of the Wei family in Qi County City. Therefore, within this radius of 300 or 400 miles, the Wei family's signboard is still relatively loud. Therefore, when Wei Fan broke out his name, the 4 men and women, including the wealthy man, suddenly became a little cramped. After all, their actual cultivation level was only the 3rd or 4th level of key training. As a branch of the 4 spiritual roots cultivators, they did not have much status in the original Lin family. If all the high-level cultivators including the head of the Lin family had not died, they would not have had the courage to take the little girl away. After a long while, the wealthy man stammered and said, Meet the head of the Wei family, you are welcome. Wei Fan held his hand, his expression was neither serious nor friendly, and he said in a neutral tone, I have learned about your things and am quite interested, but the price of 880 spirit stones seems a bit high. Upon hearing this, a drop of sweat slid down the face of the wealthy man. The price of 880 spirit stones was indeed a deliberately false price he proposed. After all, the more than 750 spirit stones for the grain were calculated based on the selling price rather than the cost price. If calculated based on the planting cost price, more than 300 spirit stones would be considered good. Yesterday I went to the planting bar to ask about it. The cost of radishes and potatoes is about 30% of the selling price. The price of radishes is about 0.36, in the original plan of several people. These Wei Mansion officials may lower the price to 500, and then the 4 people will give a few rebates, and finally the 2 sides will successfully make a deal. Isn't it like this in business? You pretend and I pretend, and finally the business becomes real. But who would have thought that Wei Fan, the head of the family, would come in person? Facing the power of the dignified head of the Wei family, the rich man did not dare to calculate more. He lowered his head and made a gesture of bowing. With the head of the Wei family in front of us, we really dare not be greedy. If the head of the Wei family is interested, just give us 350, 330 spirit stones. Wei Fan glanced at him and calmly reported a number, 250. As a descendant of Wei Siming, Wei Fan did not look down on people like the rich man. In addition, this was the wealth that the 4 people in front of him had accidentally obtained. Except for following the refugees for a while, they did not pay any other cost. So Wei Fan didn't bother to be polite with these people, and simply lowered the price to 250 spirit stones. The 4 wealthy men didn't know the meaning of the number 250, but as mentioned above, what they did didn't cost anything. So after some communication, the wealthy man said, Okay, then let's do as the head of the Wei family said, a total of 250 spirit stones. Wei Fan didn't respond, took out a bag of spirit stones, counted them, and poured out a small pile from it. Then he handed the bag to the wealthy man. Count it. The wealthy man took it respectfully and counted with his companions. No problem. The amount given by the head of the Wei family is sufficient. Wei Fan nodded slightly. Go and tell the refugees that someone will come to pick them up in about an hour. By the way, give me the key to the cage. After the wealthy man and others left, Wei Fan turned around and came to Ma Ning and Lin Ziming. Professor Ma and Colonel Lin have been dealt with. These people have low cultivation levels, and they are probably branches of the Lin family. They dare not say much when they are deceived. The final price is 250 spirit stones, which is about 1/3 lower than our initial estimate. The key to the cage has been obtained. Shall we go and have a look together? Ma Ning and Lin Ziming looked at each other. Okay, let's go and have a look first. After that, everyone walked towards the cage together. Yao Rong was about to catch up, but suddenly saw Yu Guanghu walking towards the helicopter. He asked curiously, "Old Yu, what are you doing?" "Go to the maintenance box to find the joystick, and then record a video to send to Moments." "Yao Rong, today I will update 3 times and try to update 4. Then I will recommend a book by a big guy. I am also really following it. The first order of I created a salvation organization is over 5,000. The link is below. The last day of double monthly tickets, I solemnly ask for monthly tickets, and I beg you to give me a helping hand again. Chapter 81 The Name and Speculations of the Beast-Eared Girl. After Yao Rong promised to treat him to hot pot meal in Shangfang when he returned to Modu, Yu Guanghu finally gave up the idea of recording a video and posting it on WeChat Moments. After all, we are in another world now, so we can't post on WeChat Moments, right? Then the two of them turned around and came to the wooden cage. At this time, Ma Ning and others were surrounding the wooden cage, discussing how to deal with the little girl inside. It's strange to say. There was obviously a large group of people standing around, and Ma Ning and others didn't deliberately lower their voices. But the little girl always leaned against the corner with a numb face, as if she didn't have a trace of life. This is an abnormal phenomenon. Don't look at some novels that describe someone who has been persecuted and disheartened. When you see the protagonist, there will often be a sentence like "there is no fluctuation in the eyes to support the character's misery." But in fact, this situation does not exist. The human eye neurons will react in any situation, and at the very least, they will lift their eyelids to take a look and then look away. So the little girl's reaction at this time is very abnormal. Either she is a deaf person and a StarCraft player, or there are other reasons. Among the crowd, Wei Fan was the one who knew the most about the Great Mo realm, so at this moment he was carefully observing the situation inside the cage. A few minutes passed. He spread out his left hand and knocked upward with his right fist. "I understand," Ma Ning asked quickly. "Patriarch Wei, have you found anything?" Wei Fan pointed to the 4 corners of the wooden cage with a few hidden talismans. The color of these talismans was similar to that of the wooden cage, and if you don't look carefully, you might really miss them. "Professor Ma, Colonel Lin, have you seen these talismans?" This kind of talisman is called a first-level sealing talisman, and there are 5 in a set. After the talisman is activated, the space formed by the 5 sealing talismans will be strengthened by a strange force and become very solid. Since 5 talismans are needed to seal the space at the same time, if there is no sufficient ability to restrict the opponent's actions, most cultivators or monsters can escape smoothly before the space is formed. Therefore, the value of this talisman is not high, and it is generally used to reinforce the prohibition. Once the space is formed, it is difficult for cultivators or monsters below the 6th level of key training to escape from it. Then he moved closer and pointed to a blue talisman behind the little girl's neck and said, "As for this kind of talisman, it is called a first-level forbidden talisman. Depending on the different materials used in refining, it has different degrees of influence on the 1st to 9th levels of key training. The forbidden talisman has only one effect, which is to completely seal a person's 5 senses and perceptions. The quality of the forbidden talisman on this little girl is average, and it is effective for about the 3rd level of key training or below." Ma Ning raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and couldn't help but say, "Seal the 5 senses and perceptions? No wonder, no wonder. I was wondering why she didn't react to this at all, and I was wondering if she had some perception disorders. I think those Lin family members were too bothered and directly used these methods to restrict this little girl." Then he thought of something and asked Wei Fan, "Master Wei, is this kind of talisman harmful to the human body?" Wei Fan shook his head and said, "There is almost no physical damage, but the mental damage varies from person to person." Ma Ning was silent for a while. Although he was emotionally inclined to rescue the little girl, his reason told him that he still needed to be safe at this time. After all, if the other party makes a fuss on the helicopter, It may be necessary to force calmness to solve the problem, so it is better to keep the current status quo. But it is not appropriate to let the little girl's senses be closed like this. After all, no one can guarantee whether her mental state is at a certain threshold. If her mental state reaches the limit and suddenly collapses during the flight back to the camp, it will be a lot of fun. So Manying thought for a while and said to Wei Fan, Master Wei, is there any way to make this little girl fall asleep first? Wei Fan patted his chest and agreed readily. This is easy, just leave it to me. As he said, he walked to the wooden cage, tore off a few talismans, and opened the cage with a key given to him by the wealthy man. Then he found a dangle. He raised his palm and made a neat hand knife behind the little girl's neck. Snap! After getting it done, Wei Fan clapped his hands, and when he looked up, he found that Manying and others were staring at him with extremely weird eyes. He asked Manying in surprise, Professor Ma, what's wrong? The little girl has fallen asleep. Manying's Adam's apple moved a few times, and finally laughed dryly and said, very good, thank you, Master Wei. Only then did everyone remember that this man on the battlefield was the one who hit people with a big tripod. After a few minutes, 4 wealthy men came over from the refugees. Patriarch Wei, everyone, the refugees have been told. Seeing that Wei Fan and the others did not respond, the wealthy man asked tentatively, Patriarch Wei, then we are leaving. Wei Fan nodded slightly. Please. The wealthy man and his companions looked at each other, knowing that the Wei mansion would not accept them anymore. So he bowed and turned to leave. After the few people left, Manying said to Yao Rong, Captain Yao, you and Comrade Guang Hu may have to make another trip. Please ask you and Colonel Lin to move some compressed biscuits down and distribute some to the refugees, and help maintain order. Brother Nyandong will stay here to help. The comrades in the car company also set off before we set off, and they may arrive here in about an hour. At that time, everyone will just listen to Colonel Lin's arrangements. Yao Rong's face became serious, and he and Yu Guanghu said in unison, please rest assured, we will cooperate with Colonel Lin's work. Manying nodded to him, and then said to Wei Fan, Chief Wei, time is running out. Let's take the wooden cage back to the base first. Wei Fan readily agreed, no problem. An hour later, the helicopter landed smoothly on the temporary helipad beside the camp. Wang Qiang, who had received the order and was waiting here, stepped forward quickly and assisted in transferring the wooden cage to a more closed biological isolation box, and quickly transported it to the plant laboratory. Due to the large number of species in the Damo realm, the camp has invested a lot of manpower and material resources in the plant laboratory. At present, in terms of scientific research capabilities and laboratory environment, the Damo realm plant laboratory is not inferior to that of China. Considering that the beast-ear girl may have a huge secret. This time, Lin Li also came out in person and put on his long-lost work clothes. Don't forget, he is also a biology master. Or the kind that has won the Science and Technology Progress Award. After the wooden cage was delivered to the laboratory, the plant team first took X-ray photos and blood samples. I have to say, Wei Fan's artificial hypnosis is quite effective. Until this time, the little girl has not woken up. After a series of procedures were completed, Wei Fan took off the forbidden talisman on her body and put the little girl in an FJ-79 level biological container. It has a standard human child skeleton, but it has animal ears and a tail. Looking at the analysis results, Lin Li touched his chin and said, the ears have a cartilage, the tail also has a coccyx, and it is connected to the body. This is the first time we have encountered such a situation, Wang Qiang on the side added. Not only that, we also analyzed her blood. The mature red blood cells in the blood have no nucleus, which shows that she is a mammal. But the chemical composition and pH of her blood are different from those of the Great Mo world and humans on Earth. We conducted agglutination experiments on her blood and human blood samples in the laboratory. The results showed that red blood cells lysed and then humorized, which means that her blood is different from ours. Lin Li couldn't help asking, what blood type is our blood sample? O-type blood, provided by Colonel Lin. Oh, that's fine. Then he looked at Wei Fan, Patriarch Wei, have you heard of this half-human, half-beast creature? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Chapter 70 The Name and Speculation of the Beast-Ear Girl. half-human, half-beast creatures. Facing Lin Li's inquiry, Wei Fang shook his head decisively. Never heard of it. Captain Lin, you should know. Ancestor Simon likes to collect all kinds of information, and he has personally gone to Yaok for training. His knowledge and experience are richer than many giant in realm cultivators. But whether in the biography he left behind or in the life experience of our younger generations, we have never heard of the existence of half-human, half-beast creatures. However, there is a rumor in the Great Mo realm that after breaking through certain restrictions, 4th-level monsters can actually become complete human forms. Therefore, 4th-level monsters are often called transformed monster kings. Moning on the side couldn't help but guess. Then this little girl, could it be the hybrid offspring of a 4th-level monster and a human? Moning guessed that the reason was simple. The monster king can completely transform into a human form, so it is not uncommon for him to have a hybrid offspring with a human. But to his surprise, Wang Qiang shook her head. Professor Ma, I think your guess is unlikely. Even if the 4th-level demon king can transform into a human form, my personal inclination is only that the body transforms, which may involve some kind of transition change. But this transformation state wants to break through the reproductive isolation of species, which already involves the issue of gene modification. We have seen the images of demon beasts and monks in the nascent soul realm. I personally think that this realm cannot self-modify gene expression, at least it needs to be a higher level. I think what Xiao Wang said makes sense. Hua Jun on the side expressed his support for Wang Qiang. He pointed to the 5 sealing talismans and said, as we all know, without considering the concave polyhedron, 3 points form a plane, 4 points form a special geometric body, and 5 points can form an independent space. And the talismans that can build a sealed space are exactly 5 pieces in one style, and according to the pictures taken before, the distribution of these 5 talismans is exactly the position of the 5 nodes. Their specific connection method still needs to be studied separately, but in terms of the form of building space, they actually abide by the basic rules. Many of our previous discoveries have proved this point. Cultivation and science are actually related. So I agree with Xiao Wang's point of view. The speed of the 4th-level demon king is only about twice the speed of sound. Although the energy of this life form is strong, it should not be able to reverse the expression of life. That's strange. Lin Li pinched his chin with some doubts, turned to Dai Chao Hong and said, Teacher Dai, tell everyone about your team's judgment. Dai Chao Hong nodded, walked to the center of the crowd, and said, while Professor Ma and others went to receive the wooden cage, more than a dozen top experts and scholars in our camp had a discussion and finally got a progressive guess. Ma Ning asked curiously, what guess? The origin of this beast-eared girl is extraordinary. It is very likely that she caused the outbreak of this beast tide. At the same time, whether it is to guide her or to hunt her down, the realm of the main messenger behind her is likely to be in the early 4th level. Seeing everyone's face with how can you see so many expressions? Dai Chao Hong couldn't help but smile. Don't underestimate our staff, they are the best in the country, and they are not comparable to those fake people who are paid for nothing. Then he put his hands behind his back and said slowly, why do you say that this little girl caused the beast tide to break out? I don't know if you have noticed that this beast tide is much more ferocious than the records of the Wei Mansion in previous years. The original news from Qi County City was that there were only 3 second-level monsters coming to attack the city, but when the battle came, it became 8. In fact, this time, not only Qi County City, but also other surrounding cities have seen many more second-level monsters than expected. Within a radius of 500 miles, a total of 5 cities were breached this time. As for the number within 1,000 miles, it was even greater. This is very abnormal, as if the beast tide must break through the city. Do you remember the beast tide in Xiaolianzi Mountain? They risked staying in the Great Mo realm to break through Shanghai City, and finally fought with the monks in the city until both sides were injured and left reluctantly. Combined with the appearance of this little girl and the 2 strange objects she carried, we believe that she is the key to this anomaly. Wenkan City and Shanghai City are in the same direction. Although the distance is a bit far, at a speed of 50 or 60 miles per day, it is not a fantasy to escape from Shanghai City to Wenkan City. After listening to Dai Chao Hong's narration, everyone present couldn't help but show different expressions. Hua Jun spoke again, then Mr. Dai, how did you determine that the main messenger's realm is no more than the early stage of the 4th order? Dai Chao Hong took out a tablet from the table beside him, pressed a few times on it, and replied, This involves a social cluster structure system, which is a pan-biological model. The initial research on this model was mainly aimed at the social structure of ants, and later it was introduced into the field of social humanities research to assist in judging and correcting the proportion of different classes. This model is currently used by the Huron team. After arriving in the Great Mo realm, several teachers from Zhejiang University used the supercomputer Mengzhong, the one we analyze language samples, to optimize the class model of practitioners and monsters. We counted the data of the beast tide within 1,000 miles, and reversed the comparison of the realms one by one, and finally got the top of the pyramid. 75% probability of the early stage of the fourth order, and 25% probability of the beginning of the middle stage of the fourth order, early stage of the fourth order. As a weapons expert, Huajun seemed a little sensitive to the realm issue. With our current technical reserves, we should be able to kill creatures below the fourth level of the nascent soul at all costs. Even if his evasive speed is twice the speed of sound, we are still able to kill him. But the cost is very, very huge. With our foundation, the number of times we can use it is very limited, and I am afraid that we will have to pay 5,000 to 8,000 casualties. After listening to Huajun's words, Lin Li fell into deep thought. Judging from the current situation, Dai Chaohong's guess is very accurate. As the general manager of the camp, Lin Li has some information that the project leader does not know much about, although Zikyong City, where the Wei Mansion caravan is going to this time, also encountered a beast tide. Its intensity is almost the same as in previous years. If we look at it in units of 1,000 miles. This time, only Chixin City, or the area where Xian'an City is located, encountered a strong monster attack. Now this group of beasts returned empty-handed. Then it is almost certain that more high-level monsters will appear in the next round of beasts. Level 3 high level, level 3 perfect. If the number of level 3 monsters that can be mobilized is limited, it is not impossible for the main messenger himself to appear. At the same time, in terms of the rabbit's usual study style, the rabbits also have to consider whether the main messenger may have underestimated the realm. For example, some very cowardly monsters, who have clearly cultivated to the fourth level of perfection, pretend to be newbies? Or have they made breakthroughs in their cultivation during this period? If we calculate it this way, if the rabbits have the ability to destroy the fifth level monsters, we can still deal with them head on. But the question is, do we have enough time? I will try to write another chapter tonight. Let me tell you something magical. I said a Siba in the words of the writer in the previous post, and then someone scolded me for being a Korean in the afternoon. I was dumbfounded. I said in the previous article that I have never seen a Chinese who steals Korean food in the country, so they grabbed a colloquialism from me and sprayed it? Magical trolls, you never know from what angle they will make trouble. Then monthly tickets. Chapter 83. According to notes left by Wei Siming, the beast tide in the Great Mo realm occurs every 8 to 10 years on average. However, as the spiritual energy becomes increasingly thin, the barrier between the two worlds seems to have begun to change in some way, and the frequency of space channels appears much higher than 100 years ago. Now, there is an average interval of 3 to 5 years. Often one or more space channels appear. So within this time limit, putting aside the previous jokes about the fifth level, it is conservative to estimate. The rabbits must have the ability to kill the fourth level mid-stage monster at a low cost in at least 4 years before they can safely digest this little girl with beast ears. After all, whether the visitor is her enemy or her relative, at least the two sides have to fight 1 or 2 moves before they can discuss other things. The Great Mo realm and the Monster realm are inherently opposed. If they want both sides to sit down and talk calmly, they must at least have equal strength. As for studying for a period of time and then abandoning it, this kind of thing does not conform to the character of the rabbits, so it will not be discussed. Yesterday, someone reported me for writing about human trafficking. Do you dare to believe it? So now the choice facing the camp is very simple, either stay or give up. As for how to choose, Lin Li looked around and suddenly smiled. He had conveyed the above doubts to the core layer. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, the core layer replied, "Keep her." The reason is simple, the 2 strange objects in the little girl's hand can be used to grow crops. This reason is enough. Although according to the Lin family, the head of the Lin family has made many attempts, but he has not been able to increase the output of the 2 strange objects. But no one in the camp cares about this situation at all. Are you kidding? Can a head of the key training realm be compared with a country? As Huajun said before, The research on the ground fire and spiritual shield has shown one thing: this fairy world actually still abides by certain scientific laws. So there must be some undiscovered secrets between the little girl and the two strange objects. Once this secret is solved, there will be food that can be sold every day. It may even be derived from other crops. This bonus is enough to make every rabbit crazy, and the corresponding risk is only the fourth-order middle level. The birth of a Yuanying realm cultivator in the local area within 4 years may be a bit tasty, but it is still possible to optimize a weapon that can kill a Yuanying realm cultivator. Just as Lin Li and others were thinking. The little girl in the biological container suddenly twitched her fingers a few times, and then the whole person woke up with a flutter. Seeing a bunch of unfamiliar magic tools, instruments, arranged around her, and several humans in white clothes staring at her, the pupils of the little girl with animal ears instantly shrank into thin lines. She grabbed a radish in one hand and the tuber in the other, and then she jumped quickly down with a slightly dull impact sound. The little girl with animal ears fell back to the bottom of the container. It was a long time later that she knew that the FJ-79 level biological container could withstand the shooting of the 79 type sniper rifle bullet. After landing, the little girl covered her head with her white and tender hands, and seemed to understand that she could not escape from this big box for the time being. A few seconds passed. She gently picked up the white radish beside her and held it tightly in her arms. With her other hand, she picked up the tuber and put it on her head. Then she curled up in the corner of the container, holding her head with both hands, and her tail swayed behind her. She was trembling. JPG. Lin Li, he blinked and asked the people around him, "What's going on?" Wang Qiang thought for a moment. "It seems autistic," Lin Li continued. Then he adjusted his breathing and said, "Let's proceed according to the contact plan." Wang Qiang nodded, walked to the biological container, picked up an internal communication device and said in Damo language, "Hello." Wang Qiang's voice quickly reached the container. Hearing the unknown voice, the little girl with animal ears raised her head cautiously. Wang Qiang continued, "Little sister, can you understand what I say?" The little girl with animal ears trembled a few times, then shrank back, holding the white radish in her arms, and continued to hold her head with both hands. Wang Qiang, then she sighed and walked back to Lin Li. "Captain Lin, it seems that we can communicate." Lin Li pondered for a while and said, "It's expected. According to the previous test data, the bone age of this little girl with animal ears may be only 6 or 7 years old, and her mental state may be even lower." Just as the two were communicating, Lin Li's guard Zhang Guanghe walked in. "Captain Lin, Wu Fan has arrived." Lin Li's face straightened and he immediately said, "Very good, please let him in." A moment later, Wu Fan, wearing a sterile suit, was brought in. To be honest, at this time, Wu Fan was still a little confused. Not long ago, after mastering enough of the Great Mo language, he was approved to perform the awakening ceremony. As a non-African who plays ADC with a 75 crit rate and can hit 8 hits and 0 bursts, Wu Fan used 4 awakening pills to successfully awaken his spirit. Later, under the arrangement of the organization, he was arranged to work as a supervisor at the construction site of the life experiment base, managing a dozen refugees, and doing some work every day. Wu Fan had no objection to this. After all, he was able to get into a key university. Even though he wasted some time in college, it was not difficult to rouse his original perseverance and determination with the help of the words different world and cultivation. Some people's decadence is simply because they can't see hope. Just like some failed authors who write 600 words per hour, they can also burst out 8,000 to 9,000 words for the 2,500 yuan new book monthly ticket list. So during this period of time at the construction site, Wu Fan was very active. And in the process of contacting those migrant workers, he did suffer a certain psychological shock. After all, the living standards of the two worlds are too different, enough to impact a person's inherent concepts. Not to mention that Wu Fan himself has a good talent for languages, and naturally learned about their pasts in the process of talking with some migrants. So during this period of time, Wu Fan can't say how glorious and upright he has become. At least he has walked back a little on the crooked road of life. There is no pressure at all to make a vow to the heaven that he will never reconcile with gambling and drugs in this life. Today, Wu Fan was carrying bricks at the construction site when he was suddenly called to the laboratory by Zhang Guanghe. Facing the confused Wu Fan, Lin Li briefly told him about the situation of the little girl with animal ears. "Brother Wu Fan, please go over and try." Wu Fan, still confused, walked to the biological container, picked up the communicator and tried to say, "Hello," as soon as the voice fell. The little girl with animal ears in the biological container suddenly raised her head tremblingly and looked at Wu Fan for 2 seconds. Then she hugged the carrot and burst into tears. Wu Fan and Lin Li and everyone, Lin Li looked at Wang Qiang unhappily. "I don't know what happened to my head just now. I actually believed what this funny guy said about the protagonist Halo." After sending Wu Fan away, Wang Qiang prepared verbs and wrote relevant reports as usual. As she was writing, she suddenly looked up and asked, "Captain Lin, what's the name of this little girl? You can't call her the beast-eared girl, right?" Name Lin Li pinched his chin and thought for a while, then slowly said, "She has been silent from the beginning, so why not call her Xiaomo, and her last name should be Hua, the Hua of China, Hua Xiaomo." Her fingers couldn't take it anymore. "I might update later tomorrow. I had surgery on the 9th, and I really worked hard today. The last few hours for double monthly tickets, please vote." Chapter 84 Resettlement and Construction Site Training Courses. After solving the problem of what to call the little girl with animal ears, there was still one difficult problem left for everyone: how to place Hua Xiaomo. Lin Li looked at the trembling little girl holding her head, and asked Wang Qiang with a headache, "Still can't determine her race?" Wang Qiang shook her head and said with some distress, "We lack enough blood samples of local species for comparison, and it is difficult to make a conclusion based on biological characteristics alone. Hua Xiaomo's ears and tail look similar to those of a fox, but her eye shape and pupils are similar to those of a cat. Compared with cats, the tails of foxes are longer and look more charming, which is the origin of what we call fox eyes. The tails of Hua Xiaomo's eyes are obviously closer to those of cats, and so are her pupils. Cats are felines, while foxes are canines, and the two are very different. At the same time, due to the differences between the Great Mo realm and the Earth, we cannot use canine erythrocyte surface antigens to distinguish blood types, so we can only classify them as orcs at present." Lin Li thought for a while, and said with a little helplessness, "Then let's treat them as orcs first. After all, there is actually no difference between cat girls and fox girls for us now. By the way, after all, the biological container is used to observe reptiles. It is not appropriate to let her stay in it all the time. After all, even our rescue can be reported as human trafficking by the red eye disease. Who knows if letting her stay in the container all the time will be said to be child abuse. I think this way. When Colonel Lin comes back, I will ask him to go to the Magic City again and transport a larger set of childcare equipment as soon as possible, the kind of 5x7x3. Observe Hua Xiaomo for a week. If she does not show any aggressive tendencies within a week and can communicate, we will give her some opportunities to move freely. Also, you should study the effects of the two strange objects more. If necessary, you can contact Yuan Lao and his team." Wang Qiang nodded, "I understand," while Lin Li was arranging the laboratory tasks. At the construction site not far from the camp, Wang Timu and Zhao Qianzhu also followed a political cadre to an outdoor tent. The political cadre was named Wang Lianshen, who was in his 50s and wore a pair of black glasses that were standard for political cadres. In his hand, he held an enamel cup with a white and smooth body. The outer side of the cup is printed with the image of a worker with a towel around his neck, and the 5 characters "Labor is the most glorious" are written in black. Wang Liansheng is a senior political cadre who once worked on the frontier defense line, but was later forced to retreat to the second line due to health reasons. Now that the rabbits have come to Damoji, they are in urgent need of cadres like Wang Liansheng who are both experienced and conscious. So after some coordination, Wang Liansheng and several other political cadres were sent to Damoji and started their old business. It has been almost a week since Wang Liansheng arrived at the construction site. It was him who was the political worker that Niba asked when the salary was paid. This time, with the assistance of Yu Jinian and others, the construction site selected 20 migrant workers who were suitable for priority contact. Among them were Wang Timu and Zhao Qianzhu. The purpose of Wang Liansheng finding the two today was to further absorb them into the rabbit system, so as to further open up the gap for migrant workers. After entering the tent, Wang Liansheng first motioned Zhao Qianzhu and Wang Timu to sit down. Then he put the enamel cup aside and asked the two through the translator, "Comrades, today we are mainly chatting. You two are the first batch of migrant workers to arrive at the construction site. I wonder if you are satisfied with the conditions at the construction site." Zhao Qianzhu is a simple man. Hearing this, he immediately said, "Satisfied, of course satisfied. We have never been hungry during this period. We have clothes and water, and we sleep comfortably in the dormitory." Wang Lansheng nodded. Zhao Qianzhu's answer was within his expectations. Then he continued to ask, "Comrade Qianzhu, I remember that your brother also came to the construction site this time." When mentioning his brother, Zhao Qianzhu couldn't help showing a trace of pride on his face. "Yes, and my brother is a smart man. He was transferred to the construction site as an apprentice 2 days after arriving at the construction site. Now his salary is almost twice as much as mine." Wang Lansheng raised his eyebrows in surprise. "He became an apprentice so quickly? Then your brother is really capable." Wang Lansheng was not deliberately pretending to be surprised. He really didn't know that Zhao Qianzhu had become an apprentice. After all, he was only responsible for the work related to the number 3 dormitory building where Zhao Qianzhu was located. The dormitory where the second batch of workers, such as Zhao Qianzhu, were located was not under his jurisdiction. A newly employed migrant worker was promoted to an apprentice of a technical job within 2 days. He really deserves to be called capable. Then Wang Lansheng looked at Wang Timu again and asked, "Brother Timu, do you have any thoughts during your time at the construction site?" Wang Timu rolled his eyes somewhat dully and said slowly, "I don't have much to say. I am an orphan. The construction site gives me a better feeling than anywhere else. It's just that if there is a chance, can you help me find my savior?" Wang Lansheng knew that Wang Timu had been saved by a medical soldier, so he also understood Wang Timu's request. He took out a memo and wrote the words "Wang Timu's savior" in the first column. Then he stuffed the memo back into the pocket on his chest and coughed lightly. "If both of you don't have any other ideas, there is something I want to tell you. Don't be nervous, it's not a bad thing." Wang Lansheng paused after he finished speaking, and looked at the 2 people in front of him seriously. "I wonder if the 2 comrades are interested in participating in a training class." Zhao Qianzhu was confused. "Training class?" Wang Lansheng nodded slightly and explained, "The so-called training class refers to a learning group organized by us Huaxia people. Not only can you take this opportunity to understand our Huaxia family, you may become a part of us in the future. You can also learn some more profound knowledge from it. For example, have you ever heard of some tenants who clearly signed a short-term contract with the owner, but ended up selling themselves while working?" Zhao Qianzhu thought about it, and suddenly said, I have actually heard of this. Xiao Shitao, who fled with her family, was like this. They clearly signed a 3-year 46% rent term, but after a disaster, the whole family became slaves of the master within a few years." Wang Lansheng sighed. "This is the uncivilized wisdom of the people. Comrade Qianzhu, if you attend our training class, you will understand why this happens. This thing called class calculation may be a bit early for you. In short, we will tell you a truth. Why are workers able to eat and wear warm clothes on our Chinese construction sites, but are bullied and exploited by other families, and even lose their lives? Refugees can and must have dignity." Dignity, Zhao Qianzhu repeated the word in his mouth, and suddenly thought of the scene where Wei Xiu knelt with him, and the scene where his disciples donated blood, and couldn't help whispering, "Dignity, we can also have dignity." Wang Lansheng's words seemed to pierce through a window paper that had always been unclear in his heart. If Zhao Qianzhu was full of gratitude towards Huaxia before, and just thought that the people of this family were very good, and had not thought about anything else, then after this moment, Zhao Qianzhu suddenly had another desire for Huaxia. He wanted to understand this family and see what exactly was different from other cities. He only knew that Huaxia treated refugees as human beings and never oppressed them. But he never thought about why Huaxia treated refugees as human beings. Was it just because of kindness, or something deeper? Thinking of this, Zhao Qianzhu took a deep breath and said solemnly to Wang Lansheng, "Zhanggang Wang, I want to attend this training class, please add my name." And beside him, Wang Timu had already raised his hand. A reader asked the reader group, and then sent it again. 1,014,590,779 asked for monthly tickets as usual. Chapter 85 Resource Exploration in Damo Realm. Just when Zhao Qianzhu applied to join the training class, more than 40 kilometers away from the life experiment base, Lei Wenjin, deputy director of the Motu Geological Research Institute, was busy on the ground with a team of people. After the Lingxi ore vein was officially mined and the overall operation was normal, at the request of the organization, Lei Wenjin handed over the matters related to the ore vein to Fei Chu, and he was dispatched to perform another key task, find coal mines. Now the thermal power plant is still working overtime. According to the estimate of the command, a 480 megawatts unit can be put into use in about a month at the earliest. Generally speaking, a 600 megawatts level generator set has a construction period of about 18 months in China. However, the main body of this construction period is Guohe or Guodian, and the number of workers is about 200 to 400. Under certain conditions, the entire link can actually be compressed on a large scale. Now the construction of the thermal power plant in Damoji has not only increased a lot of manpower, but also the process is much simpler than local construction. Among them, the construction projects such as pouring the main plant, capping, placing the platform machine in place, and buckling the cover can be accelerated in terms of construction period, or even directly deleted. At the same time, since there are complete per sequence equipment, boiler power field test, boiler pickling, boiler water pressure test, and even only need to be verified by the final ring, and these 3 tasks take up about 10 months in the normal 18-month construction period. After all, according to the positioning of this set of power equipment before it was transported to the Great Mo realm, it is the highest level emergency plan facility, complete 150 megawatts within 3 to 5 days during the extinction disaster period, and restore large-scale power supply within half a month. In other words, once something happens in the Magic City, the complete power supply module to which this set of equipment belongs is one of the backup plans for saving the lives of more than 20 million people in the entire Magic City. Therefore, long before these equipment were put into the War Reserve warehouse, they had already been tested countless times. In theory, they can be assembled and put into actual combat at any time. In fact, it is not only the Magic City. The super large cities in Neon and Eagle Sauce are the same, and almost all have similar technical reserves. The annual update and maintenance figures of these backup devices are sky high, and they may not be used once for decades, but this expenditure is necessary and necessary. So in this case, there are 2 issues that affect the investment in thermal power plants: the construction of walls of some necessary buildings and the erection of power supply lines. Now the military base has an engineering corps of nearly 2,000 people. I wanted to write 4,000. But I checked that there are 5,000 people stationed in Dongzhen, so it is not difficult to complete this task within a month. In the incident last year, when Jiangcheng built Zherongshan Hospital, the rabbits mobilized a total of 7,500 construction workers, and finally built the main body of Zherongshan Hospital of 50,000 square meters in 10 days. Among these 7,500 construction workers, there are about 6,800 frontline employees, about 4,000 people affiliated with China Construction 3rd Bureau, and the rest are migrant workers recruited by China Railway 11th Group or voluntarily rushed here. So taking Zherongshan Hospital as a precedent, with the assistance of the engineers with higher execution ability, it is not a fantasy to build a power plant and transmission equipment within a month. Once the thermal power plant is built, fuel will be a big problem. Although it is not a big problem for Magic City to supply 2,000 tons of coal every day, we can't always rely on local supply, right? It is natural for a frontier position in another world to have the ability to supply itself. Moreover, the camp is now in the preparation period, and all kinds of materials are almost fully loaded every day, and war resources are given priority. Some equipment that is not the first sequence but equally important can only be arranged for a few days later. For example, the high-precision blood sample analysis instrument required by Baozin's medical team will not be delivered until 6 days later according to the plan of the base camp. Although some scientific research tasks can be carried out during this period, the accuracy gap is still relatively large. There are many project teams similar to Baozin and his team. They are the kind of people who will be more convenient with instruments, but will not have a huge deviation without instruments. So in this form, finding fuel resources in the native land of Damo realm to free up some transportation capacity is already urgent. At this moment, Lei Wenjin is holding a note and talking with Yu Xiaozi, an expert from the Geological and Hydrological Survey Center of the Ministry of Land and Resources. Since Yu Xiaozi was also a professor of Shumu geography, Lei Wenjin addressed him as a professor. Professor Yu, according to the exploration of other comrades before us, this area is a very standard sedimentary basin, as we all know. The so-called coal. It refers to a very thick layer of black humus accumulated on the ground by the branches, leaves and rhizomes of plants for millions of years, which is constantly buried underground due to the movement of the Earth's crust. After that, It was isolated from the air for a long time and under high temperature and high pressure, and finally formed a black combustible fossil after a series of complex physical and chemical changes. Since there is carbon in the Damo realm, the Damo realm should also be able to form coal in theory. And there is another very common phenomenon on the Earth. That is, water flows through migration. Rainwater and rivers wash the surface of the Earth, and will transport and gather carbon-containing organic matter on the ground. Finally, it stays in lake basins and low-lying areas. Therefore, basins and alluvial plains have the conditions for storing carbon-containing organic matter. This is why most coalfields are in the form of basins. Useless knowledge has increased again. JPG. So in this exploration, Lei Wenjin's team compared the notes left by Wei Siming and sent helicopters for survey. Finally, 9 points suspected of having coal resources were selected, with the farthest and the nearest 2 points spanning 120 kilometers. Of course, whether there is coal in these points still requires analysis of the geological strata. After all, due to the long history of coal formation, the geological strata are relatively special. In the previous 4 points, Lei Wenjin's team was very sorry to find all the empty air. At this time, they are located at the 5th point, and the probability of mining ranks 3rd among all 9 points. Professor Yu set up artificial seismic sources and detectors, and used the refraction method to fill in geological maps. Yu Shaozi wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. At this time, his shirt was already soaked for most of the time. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll do it now." This time, Lei Wenjin's team used seismic exploration, which is a physical exploration method that uses the differences in elasticity and density of underground media to analyze the response of the ground to artificially excited seismic waves to infer the properties and morphology of underground rock layers. This exploration method is simpler than drilling, but it has high requirements for artificial seismic source equipment. 20 minutes later, multiple electric seismic sources and several detectors were set up. Yu Shaozi walked to Lei Wenjin. "Director Lei, everything is ready. In order to ensure the accuracy of the results, we used the common reflection point multiple coverage method this time. A total of 3 R points were set up, with a total of 15 machines." Lei Wenjin nodded, his dark face full of solemnity, and he ordered, "All personnel retreat to a safe distance, count down for 300 seconds. 5 minutes later, the artificial seismic source was activated. Soon, sound waves were emitted from multiple points and transmitted into the ground at the same time. A moment later, 3 and 15 reflection waves were reflected back to the ground from the core R point and collected one by the detectors. The technicians quickly collected the data and carried out lithology identification on the spot. Real refractive index 1.64, imaginary refractive index 0, the rock type can be determined to be clay, real part 1.923, imaginary part 1.968, this is a conglomerate layer. Found an unknown reflectivity layer. From the band refractive index, it seems to be somewhat similar to shale. Data was reported one by one. Suddenly, a technician's voice suddenly rose. "Report. Real refractive index 1.73, imaginary refractive index 0.35. I calculated for half an hour and it should be 1.732. Gravity is 91.4%. Is there any big guy to help verify it?" In the excitement, the technician stood up suddenly, and the straightened headphone wire pulled his headphones back heavily. The technician seemed not to feel the pain of being tightened, and he excitedly shouted to Lei Wenjin, "Coal mine, we found a coal mine, surgery tomorrow, first normal 2 updates for a few days, and then continue to burst, so please don't give up reading. The more you read, the more recommendations this book will receive, and the more motivation I will burst." Chapter 86 Productivity Improvement Program. After confirming the existence of coal mines under the ground in this area, Lei Wenjin's team roughly tested the underground coal reserves through instruments such as the polar plotter. Finally, it was preliminarily determined that the area of this coal mine is about 4 square kilometers, and the coal seam is not very thick, which is a small coal mine. The geological reserves of the entire coal mine are about 11 million tons, and the exploitable reserves are between 5 million and 7 million tons. Don't look at the number of 5 million tons as it seems to be quite large. In fact, this kind of reserves can only be regarded as a younger brother in the field of coal mines. There are many large coal mines of billions of tons on the Earth, and there are more than 1,300 billion ton mines in China alone. In the Jin area, Those with exploitable reserves of less than 2 million tons are called barren mines. After all, for minerals, reserves and mining are two concepts. Under normal circumstances, the annual mining volume of a mineral can reach 1% of the reserves, which is very good. However, the coal mine discovered by Lei Wenjin and his team is not useless. According to their detection, the geological layer where this coal mine is located is only more than 150 meters from the ground. Compared with those coal mines that are 500 to 600 or even thousands of meters deep, this coal mine is relatively easy to mine. In addition, according to the theory of mineral coexistence, there is a certain possibility that there are other mineral layers nearby. However, considering the particularity of coal as an energy source, everything needs to be investigated more thoroughly before a conclusion can be drawn. After all, compared with Lingxi mine, coal mines are much more difficult in terms of mining methods, stratum structure and mining facilities. To give the simplest example, Lingxi mine was once protected by waste siming against collapse and leakage, but underground coal mines do not have such preferential treatment. Mine collapse is too common in the coal mining industry. Even with the ability of the rabbits, it may be barely feasible to carry out a small amount of emergency mining in the short term and supply 1/3 or 1/4 of the energy consumption of power plants, that is, a few hundred tons per day, at most 1,000 tons. But to achieve large-scale mining of 2 to 3 million tons per year, unless there is a new breakthrough in related technology in the short term. Otherwise, it would take more than half a year to get to the bottom of it. Coal mining is not like power generation equipment, where there is no shortcut to debugging the equipment first. All the processes of coal mining need to be calculated and re-inspected in a down-to-earth manner, and no one can be in a hurry. Otherwise, it will be easy to pay a painful price. At the same time that Lei Wenjin reported this news to the headquarters. In Chixin City, dozens of kilometers away, Shi Zhehong also welcomed a batch of new supplies. The person responsible for escorting this batch of supplies was Lin Li's assistant and guard Zhang Guanghe. "Hello, Comrade Guanghe." Shi Zhehong poured a glass of water for Zhang Guanghe in the temporary office of Chixin City, and said cheerfully, "Speaking of which, this is the first time we have met alone." Zhang Guanghe politely took the cup of water and thought for a few seconds. "It's true. We are all very busy on weekdays and don't have many opportunities to meet. We have to be busy. If we are not busy, the country will slow down." Shi Zhehong sighed, and then said to Zhang Guanghe, "Comrade Guanghe, I heard that you brought some good things this time." Zhang Guanghe smiled and handed him a material ration list, and said, "For Director Shi, these may really be some good things." Shi Zhehong took the form and read it page by page. 6,000 tents, and 10,000 bags, which is 250 tons of cement. After reading one page, he put the form aside, considered his words, and asked, "Comrade Guanghe, aren't these 6,000 tents a bit too few? Calculated at the standard of 3 people per tent, this is only enough for 18,000 people to live in. If we grit our teeth, we can only cram in more than 20,000 people at most. But our plan this time is to bring in 30,000 to 50,000 refugees." Zhang Guanghe gestured to him, signaling him to stay calm. "Director Shi, don't worry about this. Both tents and cement will be replenished later. The main reason is that we have just started to accept refugees, and it is difficult to reach the upper limit of the tent capacity at once. Instead of transporting tens of thousands of tents all at once and putting them aside to waste space, it is better to transport them in batches according to demand and free up their carrying capacity to send other things first. Don't look at a tent as if it doesn't seem heavy. Normally, a 4-person tent weighs about 8 kilograms, and the weight of 10,000 tents is close to 80 tons. The Magic City is not short of these tents. According to the data on the Moto Reserve Material Open Tender Intent Letter on March 16, 2016, the number of tents in the Magic City Reserve is about 1.2 million, and it is more than enough to take out 10,000 tents. But as Zhang Guanghe said, the refugees in Qi County have just started to be received. It is a waste of transportation capacity to transport so many tents at one time. Instead of putting them aside as mascots, it is better to transport them according to the number of people. If there are 3,000 new people today, you will be given 5,000 people. No matter what, there will be no shortage of tents. After all, that is a full 80 tons of carrying capacity. Even if it is a one-time, it is a solid 80 tons. If it is other materials, you can transport several more excavation equipment. The excavation equipment invested in the Lingxi mine can achieve the same day output, but here it has to be doubled. There is no other way. The rabbits are so careful in calculation, and every penny must be used for you. At the same time, in addition to tents and cement, this time, the base camp also transported 200 breeding pigs, 3,000 chickens and ducks, and a 43-member team led by experts from the Animal Husbandry Bureau. The task of this expert team is only one: to keep these chickens, ducks and pigs alive as much as possible, and to breed offspring that can reproduce normally in the Great Mo realm. In the 2 stages of this mission, survival is the real difficulty. After all, the physical constants of the 2 worlds have changed, and the ecological environment is also different. The fact that 20% of this batch of livestock can survive in the end is considered to be highly tolerant. As for normal reproduction, it is the same as finding coal resources, which is to pave the way for the self-supply of the frontier base. The pork and beef provided by the rabbits before were all from the local area. Considering the consumption level of the Great Mo realm, that batch of meat was deliberately sold at a low price in the Happy Supermarket. It is not a loss. After all, the rabbits have a supply chain within the army system. This supply chain is self-produced and self-sold, and it cannot be generalized with the meat on the market. Just like the 2 quotations made by the wealthy man who sold his amo before, the cost price and the selling price are completely 2 concepts. But on the other hand, the batch of meat in the Happy Supermarket is mainly for the return of Huaxia currency, ensuring that Huaxia currency flows into the market without causing an economic collapse. Its regulatory significance is greater than its own consumption and sales significance, and it is not in normal meat supply form. Self-sufficiency is the most correct path. The market period of domestic pigs is about 8 months, and it may take some time. But the market period of white-feathered chickens is only 42 days. As long as the white-feathered chickens can be successfully bred in the Damo world, at least the chicken will not need to be replenished by the base camp. How did that sentence go? You are already a mature base, so you must learn to be self-sufficient. After reading the above content, Shizahan turned to the next page. The next second, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is it these factories?" Note: today's and tomorrow's chapters are sent out on time. In the chapter the day after tomorrow, I will tell you about the operation. I will resume adding more soon. Please don't give up the subscription. The subscription data during the period of 200,350,000 words is very critical and related to all subsequent recommendations. The current average subscription is 3,600, and there is still a chance to be higher in the future. Chapter 87 Productivity Improvement Program. Hearing Shizahan's light call, Zhang Guanghu couldn't help but smile. The other party's reaction was within his expectations. As the acting director of the Chixin City Station, Shizahan is more like a cook than a person in charge. He will use the dishes given to him by the boss to cook the corresponding delicacies. After all, he is only responsible for the allocation of materials, and his freedom is relatively small. However, as a professional in the system, Shizahan must have this kind of awareness and preparation, and he will not lose himself because of it. So after a little surprise, he quickly adjusted his mentality. "Comrade Guanghu, what are the arrangements at the base camp?" Zhang Guanghu picked up the water cup and drank a sip of water, then walked to the window with a little vigilance and looked around through the window. After returning to his seat, he apologized to Shizahan. "Director Shi, the issue we are going to discuss next has far-reaching impacts and may have a certain impact on the structure of Qi County, so we have to be careful." Shizahan waved his hand nonchalantly. It should be. This is not the first time that I have cooperated with my comrades in the army, and I know your habits. It is a good thing to be vigilant about this kind of thing." Zhang Guanghu nodded and continued, "Director Shi, this time we have transported several production lines. We are preparing to build a smaller-scale textile factory, agricultural machinery factory, bicycle factory and fertilizer factory in Qi County. After these production lines are put on the ground and debugged, we will officially recruit workers from the public. In addition to the agricultural machinery factory, the other 3 factories should try to start recruiting workers within a week and start production within half a month. According to the agreement signed with Qi County City before, the rabbits will assist Qi County City in building a suitable industrial system as much as possible, and provide a large number of workstations to recruit workers from the public, thereby greatly improving the basic productivity of the entire city. After all, once the basic productivity is high, not only will the living conditions of the people be improved, but the various benefits of the city will also increase accordingly. Don't forget that the copper coins in the Damo realm can be used to directly purchase spirit stones, at a ratio of 1 to 3,000. Perhaps compared with the dividends from the spirit stone veins, the amount of government tax revenue is not much, but it represents the health of a city, and in nature it can be said to be the most direct feedback of the people's hearts. Once the people's hearts are high, everything will be easy to handle. According to the analysis of the rabbits, putting aside the upper class of practitioners and the external threat of monsters, the current bottom layer of Qi County City is somewhat similar to some poor counties in the western part of our country in the 1970s. In that era, in order to enable the western region to form a more benign self-circulation and fill, the core layer at that time was based on the county. In addition to the hydropower plant, each county was customized to build a standard urban 6-piece set of 6 small industrial buildings, including a winery, a small steel plant, a small fertilizer plant, a small cement plant, a small cotton mill and a small agricultural machinery plant. After more than 10 years of operation, this urban industrial 6-piece set, some agricultural machinery factories were gradually merged by collective machinery factories, and some were acquired by private enterprises. At the same time, due to supply and demand reasons, many places have also seen the emergence of single-function factories such as bicycle factories. These factories are the childhood memories of many people. And this time, the rabbits intend to support Chickson City, which are textile factories, agricultural machinery factories, bicycle factories and fertilizer factories. The reason for supporting the textile factory is simple. Chickson City currently has a large number of women, such as Zhao Qianzhou's wife, brothers and sisters, etc., with a total of more than 2,000 women. And with the expansion of the number of refugees in the future, this number is likely to exceed 5 digits. Therefore, if you want to activate the labor force of Chickson City, these female comrades are an indispensable link. Although the Great Mo realm does not have a plant called cotton, it has a textile material similar to cotton. Not to mention that Moto's often ranks 290th among the top 500 in the country, and its factory in Pudong consumes up to 47 tons of raw materials every day. Any squeezed out is enough for Chickson City to digest. At the same time, considering that the textile factory is mainly for the placement of female labor, the rabbits deliberately transported a batch of old equipment this time, which only contains a small number of automatic generation modules and is mainly based on manual operation. This not only provides a large number of workstations, but also ensures that the output will not increase suddenly and overflow the capacity. As for the sales of these cotton and linen products, there are simply too many. Because even if it is only semi-industrialized production of clothes, the cost price is much cheaper than those handicraft workshops. These clothes can be sold in Chickson City, provided to the construction site as daily clothes after work, and sold to other cities through Wei Qiangsheng's caravan. For example, Zhejiang City, 2,000 miles away, has a population of millions. The poorer the economic soil, the more attention is paid to the 3 words cost-effectiveness. The cost-effectiveness of the rabbit's clothes is really not exaggerated. Let alone the Great Mo realm, there are not many local ones that can fight. Compared with the resettlement function of textile factories, bicycle factories, cement factories and agricultural machinery factories are more complicated. While they provide sufficient workstations, their own products also have a certain purpose. Take the bicycle factory as an example. Chickson City is not big, but it is indeed not small. The layout of 16 square kilometers is about 4 kilometers in length and width. For an adult's footwork, unless you do outdoor sports for a long time, it takes about 30 to 45 minutes to walk 4 kilometers. Not to mention that there are a lot of streets and alleys in the city. This pattern is almost the same as some county towns in the 1970s and 1980s. In that era, the importance of bicycles to the Chinese people is self-evident. In the social morphology books published by Yanda, bicycles are even defined as an important tool to accelerate the development of social productivity. After all, when the distance and communication between people are more frequent, the pheromones secreted by the entire society will increase, thus playing a catalytic role. Maybe someone will ask, who are these bicycles produced and sold to? The answer is the same as clothes, self-sale or export to other towns. Maybe the price of bicycles will be higher than clothes, but it is far from sky high. Of course, this also involves an economic promotion plan of the rabbits. According to the rabbits' plan, since the current situation in Chickson can be described as a stagnant pool, in the first period of time, Xingfu Supermarket will become the core force to fill the gap in daily necessities. But this is only a temporary phenomenon. As the huaxia currency circulates and civilians gradually have spare money, various self-employed businesses will spring up like mushrooms after rain. For example, menders of clothes, menders of shoes, or that person, your family has money to build a new house, do you need a bricklayer or a carpenter? Or if both of you are busy working, I can do the laundry for you, 50 cents per piece for drying. Some people may see that there is a large flow of people at the factory door every day, so they simply set up a stall next to it, and gradually develop it into a food street over time. This is almost a repeat of the path that huaxia took in the 1970s, let alone 50,000 or 60,000 people. Didn't huaxia's large factories with more than 100,000 people also go this way after they were decommissioned? As for the remaining agricultural machinery factories and fertilizer factories, they are mainly for the production of basic agricultural tools. For example, hoes, blades, animal-powered plows, etc. Now that the beast tide has passed, according to what the old Master Wei said at the time, Qi County City will allocate village land to those refugees as soon as possible so that they can resume production. Although some land has lost its fertility as the two-headed bulls pass by. But the laboratory discovered through fluorescent protein experiments that the soil power absorbed by these two-headed cows is actually trace elements such as nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. Nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium are the three elements that plants need and take away in large quantities when harvested. Once they are missing, the soil will naturally lose its fertility. Again, cultivation is not mysticism, and many things can actually be explained by science. For example, the ghost fire seen by ancient ancestors was actually just burning white phosphorus, but there was no chemistry subject in the ancient times, so they could only use concepts to materialize it. The same is true for soil power. The composition of the soil is so small, and if it becomes impossible to grow vegetables one day, it is either because of acid-base imbalance or loss of organic nutrients. So after learning that the land in the Great Mo realm cannot be cultivated because of the loss of elements such as nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, the rabbits immediately sent a fertilizer production line in this batch of materials. The location of Qi County City is exactly the junction of the impact plain and the basin, and the terrain of the plain and basin is extremely suitable for development into arable land. Farming is the instinct of rabbits. In the rabbits' plan, the refugees' initial capital will be accumulated through construction sites and textile factories, that is, men will work and women will work in factories. The remaining manpower will be allocated to 3 factories, including bicycle factories. At the same time, with Xingfu Supermarket as the core, huaxia currency as the circulating currency, and the original many small businesses in the city as the basic base, we will gradually build an industrial system that produces and sells itself and has surplus exports, and then completely revitalize the city. This time may take 1 to 2 months, that is, 4 to 8 wages, and by the end of this period, the village can be divided up. By then, the first batch of agricultural machinery and fertilizers will be just in time for use. This is the rabbit's productivity improvement plan this time, codenamed Leishi. PR masterpiece by an old author, a fine suspense invasion of the human world. The link is below. Chapter 88 Who is Iamo's ability. 3 days later, the second round of darkness fell. Since the camp was more fully prepared this time, the efficiency of each unit was higher than the last time when it was dark. The work loss rate of the construction site during the last dark period was about 35%, but this time it was successfully limited to less than 30%. If it weren't for the large number of migrant workers in the camp, which lowered the overall efficiency, the work loss this time might have been reduced by a few percentage points. As for Qi County City, the Wei Mansion turned on all the lighting equipment very skillfully as soon as it got dark. After experiencing the convenience brought by the rabbit's lighting equipment, the shadow of the monster wicks can no longer be seen in the Wei Mansion. As for the outer city area, although the original lighting method is still used. However, the Wei Mansion has placed a new order for the rabbits a few days ago. When the 2 bases can spare enough manpower, they will start to transform the lines of the city. According to the intention contract negotiated by both parties, the cost of this line reconstruction and installation is 25 million Chinese yuan, equivalent to about 4,000 lingxi, which will be deducted from the lingxi dividend. It is expected that in a while, the richer area in the north of the city will be the first to be powered, and the other 3 locations will not have to wait too long. At the same time, in the camp 18 kilometers away from Chi County, there is a plant-sterile laboratory. Lin Li was wearing a scientific research suit. He looked through the glass at Huizayamo, who was dozing off with a carrot in the nursery. He asked Wang Qiang, "Xiao Wang, have you made any progress in the research on Huizayamo these 2 days?" Wang Qiang handed him a report. "Captain Lin, Huizayamo's race and genus are still uncertain. However, through the analysis of her behavior and habits over the past 3 days, our team believes that she is most likely on the fox side. Since yesterday, she has gradually adapted to the environment in the nursery, and her diet has gradually become normal. She knows how to ring the bell when she is hungry, knows how to go to the toilet when she needs to relieve herself, and has learned how to use the remote control to adjust the temperature. Oh, by the way, she also likes to eat potato chips and drink happy water. But whenever our people get close to her, she will still hide by the wall with her head in her hands, and it is difficult to communicate. Just a few hours ago, she was watching TV and saw a traffic star singing, and the little girl fainted on the spot." Lin Li. Then Wang Qiang turned the report to the next page and continued, "In addition, we also tested the 2 strange objects in her hand. There was nothing special about these 2 strange objects themselves, and they looked ordinary. But as long as these 2 strange objects were placed next to Huizayamo for 12 hours and then planted in the ground, they could produce 300 to 400 kilograms of grain in another 12 hours. These grains appeared in the form of rhizomes and plants. According to the images captured by the camera we placed inside the soil, the 2 strange objects would continue to pop out some seeds after being buried underground, but we did not find the existence of these seeds in our previous tests. After being separated from the main body of the strange object, these seeds will be fixed and mature in a very short time, and we did not detect any harmful substances in the mature grains. Of these 2 kinds of grains, one of them has a shape, various elements inside, and water content that are similar to local white radishes. Although the other tuber strange object has obvious differences in appearance, its trace element content and taste are close to potatoes on Earth, but it is sweeter than potatoes. In addition, we also tried to replace the 2 strange objects with local sweet potatoes and another common tuber food in the Great Mo world. However, the production of these 2 foods could not be increased the next day, which means that the original 2 strange objects also had some undetected special features." Then Wang Qiang took Lin Li to a desk and took out a document from the file. "The next day, we added a little phycoerythrin diluent to Huizayamo's happy water, and conducted a detailed fluorescence test with a GTB instrument. Then we found that when the 2 strange objects were with Huizayamo, although the various substances in her body did not decrease, they kept moving in a strange pattern. Oh, by the way, there is still an inner C in Huizayamo's body. In addition, we also detected some energy fluctuations through the endoscopy energy detector. When something happened in her body, the heat dissipated from her body surface exceeded 1,600 calories per minute." Hearing this, Lin Li's pupils shrank heavily. As we all know, since the surface of a living organism has temperature, it is dissipating heat every moment. This energy can be captured by the Carlian camera. Of course, the real Carlian camera does not actually exist. The Carlian camera actually refers to a shooting method that uses a high-voltage machine in an electrostatic field. It actually records the process of high-voltage corona discharge around an object, which is not so metaphysical, since Carlian can be transliterated into Kirlian. So in academia it is also called Girlian, Kirlian photography, or perhaps Kirlian discharge. In recent years, this ionization phenomenon has inexplicably begun to be led by some unscrupulous marketing accounts. It has become evidence to explain Einstein's statement that matter is nothing but fluctuating light, and a mysterious human consciousness energy level distribution map has been created. The highest level of consciousness energy is actually called true self. The relevant description is almost equivalent to the Lushan Shinglongba in Saint Seiya. In addition, everyone should be familiar with the anger stalk, right? The theoretical support is selected from this distribution map. According to the distribution map, the energy that a person bursts out when extremely angry can indeed slide and kill a tiger. It's really ridiculous. I don't know how the ion fluctuations in the static environment can be related to matter. Let's go back to the laboratory. In short, although the Carlian camera is not a real object, the theory proposed by its founder Carlian, the kind that has not been misinterpreted, is still often cited in the scientific community. Through the related technology of Carlian discharge, The theoretical value of human energy overflow currently detected is the amount of heat energy dissipated when the human body has a fever of 42.7 degrees. This temperature has exceeded the upper limit that the mercury thermometer can detect. And it is basically the same as meeting Einstein. The energy dissipated per minute at this threshold is about 218 calories. An adult consumes about 3,000 calories a day. According to Wang Qiang, during the period when Huizai Amo was undergoing some kind of change in his body, the energy dissipated in his body exceeded 1,600 calories per minute. Since there is no relevant data support after the body temperature exceeds 42.7 degrees. So the author of a late-stage obsessive-compulsive disorder spent more than 10 minutes calculating, and finally concluded that this level of energy is about the value that will only appear when the fever is 84.3 degrees. Not to mention humans, even Tiga doesn't have this body temperature. Tsuburaya company announced that Tiga's body temperature is over 70 degrees, and it was a medical miracle that Captain Iruma-K was not roasted into a mummy, so it is obvious that Huizai Amo must be undergoing some more amazing energy conversion in his body. At the same time, since the various substances in her body did not decrease or increase, the area where the energy reaction occurs in Huizai Amo's body is in the inner sea. Facing Lin Li's speculation, Wang Qiang nodded. I and other team members have the same idea. The inner sea is the only area where this kind of energy reaction is likely to occur. Well, according to our judgment, there should be some kind of substance in Huizai Amo's body, or in the inner sea. Some unknown particles produced by this substance can proliferate a certain link in the two strange objects, thereby enabling it to have the ability to increase production. Lin Li thought for a while, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. In other words, Huizai Amo is actually a power bank. The operation was very successful, and the update will be resumed next. The specific amount depends on the situation. Then I recommend a book that is also a national book. The author is a veteran LV5, and it is also a fine product that was ordered at 3,000 a long time ago. The setting is more Soviet-style red style. You can go and have a look. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Research Progressive Aura. Power Bank. Hearing Lin Li's words, Wang Qiang's expression became a little strange. As a chatterbox, she wanted to say something to grab back her part. However, after opening her mouth a few times, she suddenly realized that she couldn't find any words to refute. Lin Li did not notice his disciple's inner drama at the moment. He continued, Xiao Wang, you should continue to follow up on Huizai Amo. We agreed to observe her for 7 days. Now 3 days have passed. If she is confirmed to be normal in the next few days, she will wear a fixed electronic bracelet, and then go to Colonel Lin to ask for a few people to give her some opportunities to go out and relax. You can discuss the specific scope of activities with Colonel Lin at that time. Wang Qiang was still very careful when talking about business. She quickly wrote down Lin Li's arrangement on the experimental memo. No problem. Then Lin Li thought of something and asked, by the way, it's a rare trip to your laboratory. Have you made any new progress in the recent research on spiritual energy? Wang Qiang nodded. I was just about to tell you that our team has made some special discoveries. Come with me. After that, she led Lin Li to a test bench. There were several sets of closed vessels on the test bench, and several glass containers were set up inside. These glass containers were all filled with gas and moss, and some of them even had mice alive. Lin Li noticed that these mice seemed to be stronger than usual, and their hair was very dense. In addition, there were several precision instruments attached to the inner wall of the container, and the flashing indicator lights indicated that they were constantly recording a lot of data in the container. Wang Qiang entered a few passwords in the file storage column next to the operating table and took out a lab report about 1 centimeter thick. Then she handed the experimental reports to Lin Li, pointed at the glass containers, and explained, Captain Lin, the 11% unknown gas we found when we first arrived at the Damo realm is now 100% certain to be spiritual energy. And according to our tests, spiritual energy is extremely beneficial to the growth and development of plants and animals. For example, these mice we brought from our homeland have increased in size by 20%, and their hair has become very luxuriant and dense under the infiltration of air containing spiritual energy. In addition, We also conducted an experiment to remove the Turk component from the mice, but 3 days after removing the Turk component, we observed a tilted HSC lineage potential phenotype. In other words, spiritual energy can promote the production of telomerase in organisms to a certain extent. Hearing the word telomerase, Lindley's pupils shrank again. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and carefully read the experimental report made by Wen Qiang and her team. Students who have studied biology should all know that human cells actually have an upper limit to division. In addition to reproductive cells, nerve cells and cancer cells, the upper limit of the division of ordinary human cells is generally 50-60 times. Cell division is controlled by a substance called telomeres. As we all know, telomeres are located at both ends of eukaryotic linear chromosomes and are composed of highly repetitive DNA sequences, TTAGGG in humans, and telomere-binding proteins. At present, it has been found that there are 6 main subunits of telomere-binding proteins, namely TRF1, TRF2, TIN2, RAP1, POT1 and TPP1, which together form the telomere protection protein complex. Since the direction of DNA replication must be from the 5' direction to the 3' direction, the telomeres will shorten a little every time the DNA is replicated, that is, every time the cell divides. The length of telomeres in human cells is about 8,000-10000 bp, and they divide once every 2.4 to 2.6 years. Each division will shorten the telomeres by 30 to 100 bp. Once the telomeres are exhausted, when the telomeres can no longer shorten, the cells can no longer divide. The cells will go to apoptosis. Scientists have thus deduced that the upper limit of human lifespan is 130 years old. So, the process of a person's aging is actually the shortening of his telomeres. When it comes to telomeres, we have to talk about another concept, telomerase. Telomerase was first discovered in cervical cancer cells in 1989 by Professor Morin of Maple Leaf Country, the famous old pervert who used the world's top 10 ultra-precision experimental camera to secretly film students in the laboratory. And there was a major breakthrough in 2009. The 3 winners of the 2009 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine won the prize because they discovered the mechanism of telomerase protecting chromosomes. Telomerase is a riboproteinase that can extend the ends of telomeres. Its main components are RNA and protein. It contains primer-specific recognition sites, which can use its own RNA as a template to synthesize telomere DNA and add it to the ends of chromosomes to extend the telomeres, thereby extending the life of cells and even immortalizing them. Of course, at present, the scientific community's research on telomerase is still very shallow. It can only be determined that it has a significant effect on aging, and there is no mature means to generate and activate it in large quantities. Once the relevant code of telomerase is cracked, it should not be a big problem to see the finale of Conan in this life. Is it even possible to see the Chinese team enter the World Cup? Ahem. Let's go back to the laboratory. If, as Wang Qiang said, spiritual energy can really promote the production of telomerase, then at least the question of why practitioners have extremely long lifespans can be explained. The lifespan of the key training stage is limited compared to that of ordinary people. Even a practitioner at the 9th level of key training will only live to the age of 90 before his key and blood dry up and he will die. But once the realm breaks through to the foundation building stage, the lifespan of the practitioner will continue to increase. For example, Wei Siming, who was once at the 9th level of the foundation building stage, would have had no problem living to the age of 170 or 80 if he had not challenged the shackles of the foundation building stage. Not to mention the Jiandin realm and the Yuanying realm. It is rumored that a great practitioner in the Yuanying realm can live for 500 or 600 years without any pressure. In some folk legends, we can often hear about the deeds of some so-called 1,000-year-old Yuanying monsters. For example, the famous long-distance runner named Han, the pockmarked man named Wang, and the mysterious figure named Luo Yinglong, etc. In short, after the foundation building stage, the lifespan of practitioners has completely deviated from the scope of humans. But from the perspective of telomerology, these practitioners produced a large amount of activated telomerase when they broke through the shackles of the realm. This reversed telomere attenuation, increased the upper limit of cell division times, and finally reached a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary people. This is actually completely reasonable, or all the current speculations about telomerase are like this. But scientists have not found the Greek letter alpha substance that can activate telomerase, and spiritual energy has done it directly. Or in a sense, the reason why scientists on Earth have been busy for more than 10 years and have not found this Greek letter alpha substance is because spiritual energy could not be found on Earth at all? Thinking of this, Lin Li couldn't help but clench the report in his hand. If this is true, the importance of the Great Mo realm will be raised again. Of course, the above are currently just unfounded speculations, and there is even a certain degree of subjective bias. To confirm the accuracy of these speculations, the plant growth team or the entire life experiment base still has a long way to go. Then he took a deep breath and asked Wang Qiang, Xiao Wang, has your team made any other discoveries in the field of spiritual energy? Wang Qiang smiled brightly, revealing a pair of small fangs. Yes, let's try to update 3 times today. You don't have to wait deliberately. After all, I just had the operation 1 day. Then 4,000 average subscriptions. Do you believe me when I said that I pressed the wrong number when writing the remarks for the launch? In fact, I said that if the average subscription increases by 2,000, one more update will be added. Can you give me some monthly tickets? Chapter 90. Upon learning that Wang Qiang's team had other discoveries, Lin Li quickly asked for the details. The remaining part is related to the concentration of spiritual energy. Wang Qiang saw that Lin Li was a little tired from standing, so she poured him a glass of water and pointed at the gas in the glass container and said, Captain Lin, I said before that the 11% of unknown gas we found at the beginning can now be confirmed to be spiritual energy. But in this 11% of spiritual energy, only a very small amount of activated part can be absorbed by the human body. According to our experiments, in the same volume of Damoji air, a 4 spiritual root cultivator can absorb about 0.5% of the activated spiritual energy, while a double spiritual root cultivator can absorb at most 2%. With the assistance of Wei Mansion, we added a gathering spirit array to ordinary air for trial. According to the final results, the best first-order gathering spirit array can increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the air to 15.3%, but the absorption ratio of 4 spiritual roots can only reach 1.2%, and that of double spiritual roots is 3.7%. Then we tested the spirit stone. It was found that the concentration of spiritual energy in the spirit stone can reach 21.5%, but the highest value that can be absorbed by the human body is only about 6.4%. As for the better mid-quality and high-quality spiritual stones, theoretically the effect should be better. Lin Li thought for a long time before slowly saying, that is to say, the absorption rate of spiritual energy by practitioners in the Great Mo realm is actually very low. It should be said to be very, very low, because although some spiritual energy exists, it cannot be absorbed by the human body at all. Wang Qiang had already entered the research state at this time, and she explained quickly, however, spiritual energy has a characteristic, that is, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the higher the proportion of activated spiritual energy that can be absorbed. And the latter's rising trend is higher than the former. This kind of activated spiritual energy that can be absorbed, we call it spiritual particles. Hearing this, Lin Li reached out and picked up a spiritual stone from the table. After the test, this spiritual stone no longer contained spiritual energy substances, and it looked almost the same as an ordinary stone. He tossed the spiritual stone in his palm, as if thinking about something, and then asked, does this mean that if we can purify the spiritual energy and spiritual particles to a certain concentration and then create a cultivation environment, the speed of the warrior's cultivation will be greatly improved, according to the various cultivation information collected by the rabbits recently? The vast majority of practitioners in the Damo realm mainly practice meditation, with only 1 to 2 spirit stones in their clan each month, and 3 to 5 days of use of the spirit gathering array. In the future, the Chinese day will be used uniformly in the writing stage, and the Damo realm time will be marked as Damo day if needed. Combine several practice methods and average. An ordinary 4 spiritual root cultivator can absorb about 0.8% of spirit particles during his practice without any other special opportunities. To be honest, it's quite miserable, less than 1%. The 3 spiritual root cultivators with higher qualifications, that is, people like Wei Qiangsheng and Wei Fan, they absorb more spirit particles on average, about 1.5% minus 2%. As for the double spiritual root cultivators, who can be regarded as the family foundation level, when the family resources are not particularly tight, they often get a lot of resources tilted. Therefore, The proportion of spirit particles absorbed by the double spiritual root cultivators can reach about 3%-5%, and the specific situation depends on the family. It is also possible that the double spiritual root cultivators of the big families in the big cities rely on spirit stones and spirit gathering arrays for practice every day. But from the perspective of universality, the most common way of cultivation in the Dhammo world is long-term meditation plus a small amount of spirit stones plus a small amount of spirit gathering array. The spiritual particles that can be absorbed by less than 95% of the cultivators are less than 2%. If the rabbits can increase the concentration of spiritual energy through scientific and technological means, the picture will be very interesting. According to Wang Qiang, the rising trend of the proportion of spiritual particles is better than the growth rate of spiritual energy. For example, when the concentration of spiritual energy is 11%, the highest spiritual particles are 2%. But when the concentration of spiritual energy reaches 21.5%, the highest value of spiritual particles reaches 6.4%. In other words, the growth rate of both parties is not 1, and it is even greater than 1, 2. If the concentration of spiritual energy can reach 30%, the content of spiritual particles is likely to reach more than 14%. If it reaches 65%, then the peak value can be at least 39.7%. Nearly 10 times more than the amount of inhalation of cultivators of the same level. What is the concept? It means that your 1 year of cultivation in this environment is equivalent to others' 10 years of cultivation. And don't forget, it was mentioned in the letter left by Wei Siming. As the spiritual energy of the Great Mo realm is becoming increasingly thin, even if one breaks through the realm, one's life will be in danger. Otherwise, in the ancient times when the spiritual energy was abundant, even if Wei Siming failed to pass the Jinden tribulation, he would never die. If the rabbits can purify a large number of spiritual particles, it will be much easier for the warriors to break through the realm in the future. It is not an exaggeration to mass-produce hundreds of millions of Jinden realms in a few years. Its importance is self-evident. So after Lin Li finished speaking, he stared at Wang Qiang tightly, waiting for the final reply. Unfortunately, Wang Qiang's reply was not as good as he imagined. Captain Lin, it is theoretically feasible to purify spiritual particles, but it is still difficult to operate. The properties of spiritual energy are very strange. We have tried a series of physical or chemical methods such as low-temperature fractionation and selective adsorption. But the highest concentration of spiritual energy can only be increased to 38.8%, and the maximum content of spiritual particles is about 17.4%, and this process also requires the consumption of an equal amount of spiritual stones. Even if other gases are extracted by means, the spiritual energy concentration will begin to dissipate after reaching 38.8%, and the concentration still cannot be increased. Lin Li listened quietly and sighed with some disappointment. Fortunately, he had already prepared himself, so the feeling of loss only existed for a few seconds. After all, spiritual energy is a completely unknown gas, and it may even be the alpha substance that countless scientists dream of. It is unrealistic to think that it is so easy to crack. For the rabbits, it is already very good that the content of spiritual particles can reach 17%. This is a cultivation environment that can be mass-produced. Even though most of the warriors have 4 spiritual roots, their efficiency of absorbing spiritual particles is only about 1/3 of the peak value, but it is still several times that of the cultivators of the same realm. In fact, in terms of the degree of improvement alone, after the spiritual energy is purified, the benefits of the 4 spiritual roots practitioners are even greater than those of the 2 spiritual roots practitioners. Thinking of this, Lin Li took a deep breath, and Wang Qiang said with a heavy face, "Xiao Wang, please write a relevant report to me as soon as possible. I ask Colonel Lin to report this situation to the base camp immediately and apply for a batch of more advanced equipment from the core layer. I know that there is a most advanced non-dispersive infrared 3-component gas analyzer at the 2XX Institute, which is equipped with a quaternary thermopile infrared detector. This machine has been optimized at the Cheyenne Computing Center since 2018. It is a technical reserve for a certain aviation mission. I will see if I can apply to transfer that machine over." After explaining this, Lin Li rubbed his temples a little tiredly. Letting go of his hand, looking at the little white mouse crawling in the experimental container, his face gradually showed a trace of emotion and expectation. There are more and more new substances discovered for spiritual particles and Y particles nowadays. I hope everything will be in time. No one knows how long the existence of the light gate can be kept secret. In addition, there are still various threats in the Great Mo realm, so the current situation is still quite urgent. Otherwise, the base camp would not be desperate to push resources into the Great Mo realm every day. The rabbits are not weak at all in group combat, but when it comes to high-end individual combat power, the rabbits are not good enough. After all, the strongest individual combat power in the local area is still struggling to break through the second level of key training. According to the normal trajectory, with the help of the spiritual stone's mind, the rabbits can practice at most 2 or 3 times faster than the cultivators of the same qualifications. In this case, even Xiao Yi, who has the highest qualifications at present, will need at least several years to break through to the foundation building stage. But now that there is the possibility of purification of spiritual energy, it is tantamount to a shortcut that appears in front of the rabbits. However, there is a boss entrenched in front of this shortcut, and it is necessary to deal with it before it is possible to embark on this road. If this boss has no flaws, then the rabbits may really have no way. But now Wen Kaiyang's team has initially optimized the content of spiritual particles to 17%, which is almost equivalent to opening a bloody wound on the boss. And for the rabbits, as long as one thing lights up the blood bar. Hey. I wrote a chapter in 4 hours, and it feels like there is no change. Oh, the stitches are not removed, so it's okay. Ahem. 3 updates today, please vote for me. I'm also recommending a friend's book. If you like Prototype, you can go and read it. It's super good. The link is below. Chapter 91 New Writers. After learning about the phased results of the plant laboratory on spiritual energy, the relevant report of Wen Kaiyang's team was quickly transferred to the Imperial Capital Life Science Base, and will be finally optimized and reviewed with the assistance of the only plant supercomputer in China, Huasu. Once the relevant data is reviewed and optimized, this cultivation environment with 17% spiritual particles will be officially popularized among the Chinese warriors in the Great Mo realm. Judging from the current mining speed of the spiritual stone vein, excluding the spiritual stone demand of this trade group, this set of cultivation environment named L17 can be gradually popularized in 10 days. With the promotion of the L17 cultivation environment, the cultivation speed of the flower-growing family warriors will surely be greatly improved. Among them, the high-quality warriors who are given priority will most likely reach the 5th level of key training in a very short time. While handing over the report of Wen Kaiyang's team, the core layer also passed another decision in less than an hour, agreed to Comrade Lin Li's application to secretly transport a strategic-level non-dispersive infrared 3-component gas analyzer from the Xi'an Center to the Great Mo realm. This non-dispersive infrared 3-component gas analyzer is different from the ordinary NDIR. The zero drift and range drift have been optimized to the E6 level in the aviation grade. If someone doesn't understand this, let's put it more bluntly. This non-dispersive infrared 3-component gas analyzer is the core technical support for China's space sampling in the next 10 years. Now such a national heavy equipment has been transported to the Great Mo realm. The core layer's expectations for the plant laboratory are naturally self-evident. Although the core layer took into account the uncertainty of spiritual energy, it was very humane not to issue specific task indicators. But the plant laboratory has already set a goal. Within 4 months, the proportion of spiritual particles must be broken through to more than 25%. Because the transportation of the instrument still requires a certain amount of time, Lin Ziming, who conveyed the message, stayed in the Magic City for less than half a day after reporting the situation, and then returned to the camp first. But this time he did not return alone. In addition to another hole in his arm, Lin Ziming also brought back 5 special personnel. These 5 people are all men, with different heights, weights and skinny. Some have unshaven beards, while others have well-maintained faces. Standing in the front of the 5 is a man in his 30s. He has a standard round face, a slightly high hairline, a full forehead, a slightly wide nose, and eyes that are not very big but have a bright light, which makes him look very energetic. His figure looks a bit bloated, but not particularly fat. He gives people an extremely kind feeling from top to bottom. After leading the 5 people through the light gate, Lin Ziming saw Shi Zhehong not far away at first sight, and he quickly greeted him. Director Shi, Colonel Lin. Shi Zhehong took a few steps forward and shook hands with Lin Ziming, and then turned his eyes to the 5 round-faced men. At this time, the faces of the 5 people were filled with strong shock and curiosity, and they kept turning their heads and frantically checking all the scenes in their sight. Shi Zhehan was no longer surprised by this, as this behavior was too common. Almost every Chinese who was sent to the Damo world would show a similar expression on his face when he first passed through the light gate. However, before he could retract his indifferent gaze, he heard two of them whispering, "Hey, what do you think about me writing a novel that is popular all over the country and setting this light gate as the protagonist?" The protagonist becomes a light gate, gains the ability to connect the two worlds, deliberately makes some noise to attract rabbits, and then uses the power of rabbits to develop another world, and finally he can get achievement points. The other person was silent for a few seconds. If you're lucky, you can get on Samjiang. The first order is about 1,000. It's a niche article. I don't think it's good. Shi Zhehan felt a groove stuck in his throat. Is it too late to take back that common behavior now? Then he took a deep breath and calmed down. At the same time, he carefully recalled the files of several people he had read before. After comparing their faces and information in his mind, Shi Zhehan stretched out his hand to the round-faced man and revealed a steady smile. "Hello, I'm Shi Zhehan, currently the director of the temporary station in Qi County City. You are not from our system, so you can call me Director Shi or Old Shi, whichever you are used to. As for this one, it must be the famous Mogan Mengtong, right? It's Wujian Mengtong." A drop of sweat slid down the round-faced man's forehead, and he said weakly, "Those were the names that the Buck friends called me in the past. Now they call me Yijin Beast, and Director Shi can just call me Ming Mao." Shi Zhehan nodded. He didn't care much about the title, so he continued, "Okay, then I'll call you Teacher Ming Mao. I heard that Teacher Ming Mao's masterpiece is very popular among young readers. I can't remember what the title is for the time being. I remember it seems to be something like a very hard object that stands up in the morning." When Ming Mao heard this, another drop of sweat slid down his forehead. "It's sort of the dawn." Shi Zhehan patted his head in self-mockery and said apologetically, "Hey, look at my memory. I've been busy with a material mobilization in Qi County recently. My memory is not very good. I'm sorry." Then he introduced himself to the other four people. "Dream Talker, Cuckoo Bird, he comes from the Jianghu, Earl Orange." After introducing each other's names, Shi Zhehan let out a heavy breath and said, "Everyone should have been informed of the relevant situation before coming, so it may be difficult for you teachers in the next period of time." More than 10 days ago, according to the cultural export plan of the other world formulated by the rabbits, the Magic City Drama Club led by President Hong arrived in the Great Mo realm. After nearly a week of rehearsal and study, 4 days ago, the drama club staged the first drama that was modified into the background of the Great Mo realm. The content of the drama is actually very simple. With the help of the rabbits, a refugee worked hard to move bricks, so that his whole family lived a happy life, and the bully who bullied him was justly judged by the Chinese. At the same time, due to the tight time schedule, some actors did not express their lines in the Damo language in a standard way. Especially the first two performances, which would be considered a car accident in the local area. But after all, the form of drama has never appeared in the Damo world before, and the impact of the new form completely overshadows all kinds of flaws that are not particularly important. And it eventually caused a huge response among the two refugee groups gathered at the construction site and Chixin City. Now President Huang and his drama troupe can be said to be working in 3 shifts day and night. After running at the construction site, they run outside the city, and after running outside the city, they run into the city. After the performance in the city, they start to greet the construction site again. This kind of grand occasion also appeared in China decades ago. Even if some open-air movies have been played 7 or 8 times, there are still people who are willing to squint by the projector and fan themselves with cattail leaves when they are replayed, watching them from beginning to end with relish. This is an inevitable phenomenon that will inevitably occur when the culturally barren soil comes into contact with the richer humanities. In a sense, this can also be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack. According to the cultural output plan previously formulated by the rabbits, when the drama part has officially gained a foothold, the next stage of cultural creation will also follow. The so-called cultural creation. To put it bluntly, it is to send some writers to the Damo world to create regular original works. But unlike the drama rehearsal, cultural creation must take into account the existence of the mysterious phenomenon of literary luck in the Damo world. Although according to the information collected by the rabbits through various channels of the Wei family, The effect of the Damo world's literary luck is not as outrageous as the merits and virtues in the novel. But it is also something that can improve cultivation and enhance qualifications. It is similar to special energy cleansing. So once the writers selected by the rabbits have deficiencies in character, it may cause some bad effects in the future. After all, a person's character and talent are really two different things. Some people have amazing talents but worrying character. There are too many similar examples. So after a series of complex screening, Ming Mao and other 5 online writers became the final candidates for the Literary Luck Project. The 5 of them not only have good character, but also excellent writing. And they are all full-time writers, and the social relationship environment is very simple. In short, dead otaku. At the same time, except Ming Mao who has already started a family, the other 4 are singles, and disappearing for a while will not attract many people's attention. And the only one who suffers in the whole process may be their poor readers. Note, these 2 chapters are playing with the plots of several writers. There is not much plot behind them. Readers who are not familiar with the content of the plot will not be affected by continuing to read. There may be 2 or 3 updates today. Anyway, I will try my best. Normally, I should rest after the operation, but I updated twice and the subscription dropped after 2 days, and it came back after 3 updates. The subscription is still increasing these 2 days, but why are the monthly tickets so few? Can you give me some monthly tickets? There are rules for adding more chapters in the ranking of the monthly ticket list of new books. Chapter 92 New Writers. According to the plan of the rabbits, Ming Mao and others will fill the cultural knowledge of the Great Mo realm for about a month after arriving at the camp. At that time, a special person from the Wei Mansion will introduce them to the relevant knowledge. When the 5 people gradually understand the customs of the other world, they will be arranged to carry out independent original creation. The requirements of the rabbits for this creation are, the subject matter is not limited, the gender is not limited, but the main body must be Chinese people. In addition, the number of words written by several writers every day cannot be less than 8,000 words. This matter has been informed before the 5 people arrived at the Great Mo realm, and they voluntarily signed the relevant contracts. When the number of words they create reaches a certain number, the rabbits will compile their works into a book and promote them through various channels. As for the treatment of the 5 people by the rabbits, 200 yuan per 1,000 words, plus the qualification of 1 spiritual root test. If a good cultivation qualification is detected, the rabbits will also provide them with a standard number of cultivation resources, and the treatment is equivalent to that of the staff in the establishment. To be honest, considering the worth of Ming Mao and others, the part of the creation fee is actually not very tempting. They have either sold various copyrights and achieved financial freedom, or the subscription performance is very good, and the royalty income is converted into a buyout price of at least 400 to 500 per 1,000 words. But the spiritual root test is different. As the saying goes, a man is still a middle school student until his death. Not to mention novelists who have higher requirements for imagination. Substituting personal feelings into works is a basic requirement to become a top writer, otherwise how can they write those vivid characters? Now they have the opportunity to come into contact with extraordinary power. How can they not be excited? In fact, the night before coming to the Damo world, none of the 5 people in Ming Mao slept. They tossed and turned in bed, and were so excited that they almost had to fencing. At the light door, seeing that Ming Mao and others kept glancing outside, Shi Zhehan knew that they couldn't wait any longer. So he coughed lightly and said to the 5 people, several writers and teachers, according to the agreement signed by both parties, you can have a spiritual root test after arriving at the Damo realm. If you don't feel tired, why don't we go through this process now? After hearing this, the bright-eyed people looked at each other and nodded their heads quickly. Director Shi, we have no objection. Shi Zhehan smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Everyone, follow me. Then, under the leadership of Shi Zhehan, several people walked forward and soon came to a building in the camp. This is one of the temporary laboratories we built with sterile partitions and special cement. After the first phase of the life experiment-based project is completed, these laboratories will be gradually moved there. At present, the spiritual source balls for spiritual root testing are stored in this laboratory. Outside the laboratory, Shi Zhehan first introduced a general situation of the camp to the 5 people, then rang a doorbell and said through the intercom, Comrade Xiao Wang, I have brought the people here, please open the door. 10 seconds later, the laboratory was opened from the inside, and Wang Qiang poked her head out. Director Shi, you are here. The research on the spirit source ball involves knowledge related to physics and biology, so the related projects have always been coordinated by the physics team and the plant growth team. Half a day ago, Wang Qiang had already handed over the related projects of the L-17 cultivation environment. At the same time, she was one of the members of the business delegation who is about to go on a long journey, so it would definitely be inappropriate to assign her a long-term research task at this time. So she was thrown into this laboratory by Lin Li to assist Zhou Yuangxin, the leader of the physics team, in the research on the spirit source ball. Wang Qiang had learned earlier that Mingmu and others were about to arrive, so she let them into the laboratory after simply verifying their identities. The area of this laboratory is about 100 square meters. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Shi Zhehan raised his eyebrows with surprise and asked a figure in front of him, "Chief Wei, why are you here today?" In the laboratory, Wei Fan, who had a few silver patches on his arms, raised his head and greeted Shi Zhehan. "Oh, it's Director Shi. Isn't this my niece, the little girl Zixi, who has always said that she wanted to visit the construction site? It happened that academician Liu Xiangqian and I agreed to come here today to assist the second batch of soldiers in drawing qi into their bodies, so I brought her to the camp. I just came out of academician Liu's place half an hour ago, and I met Miss Wang on the way, and she pulled me to the laboratory to do some research and analysis." After that, Wei Fan looked at Ming Mao and others with some curiosity. With his eyesight, he could tell that they were definitely not from the system. After all, the differences in their demeanor and behavior were too obvious, so he couldn't help but ask, "Director Shi, who are these people?" Shi Zhehan was thinking about how to introduce Ming Mao and others to Wei Fan. After all, Ming Mao and the other 5 would be locked up in a small dark room in Damo Realm, and they would have to ride in Damo Realm. During this period, they would definitely have to deal with the Wei Mansion. It would not hurt to get to know them. Now that Wei Fan took the initiative to speak, he took advantage of the situation and introduced Ming Mao and others. "Patriarch Wei, let me introduce you. This is Ming Mao and this is Gugu. They are both candidates for this literary project. Here is the water. Please make way." After the two sides got to know each other, Wang Qiang brought a few glasses of water on a small plate and distributed them to Ming Mao and others one by one. Then she approached Ming Mao very attentively. "Ming Mao, I am your fan. I have been following you since the book by Shangdi. I have subscribed to the official version. So, can you please wish me a life of poverty, childlessness, and loneliness?" Ming Mao broke out in a cold sweat again. Wei Fan looked as if he was asking for something. Unfortunately, Ming Mao was interrupted by Shi Zhehan before she could apply the law of cause and effect. As a person born in the 1970s, Shi Zhehan did not know much about the popular poisonous milk stalks. He thought Wang Qiang did not like Ming Mao's book very much and was deliberately picking on her. So he quickly spoke out to persuade her. "Okay, comrades Io Wang, we will talk about it later. Let's prepare for the spiritual root tests of several teachers first." Wang Qiang stuck out her tongue slightly, as if she was a little regretful that she did not get Ming Mao's blessing. Then she led everyone to an equipment table. The height of the equipment table was about 1 meter, and there was a spiritual source ball on the table. The two sides of the sphere were tightly clamped by 2 protective mechanical arms to prevent it from falling. This is a new spiritual source ball we purchased through the Wei Mansion channel. At present, the spiritual root detection in the camp is carried out through it. The sensitivity of this spiritual source ball is slightly higher than that of the Wei Mansion, and it can be used more frequently. It is said that it can measure more than 100,000 times. After all, we have a lot of soldiers to detect. While explaining, Wang Qiang stretched out his hand and made a downward pressing motion above the sphere. "Just press your hand on it like this." "Who will go first, teachers?" The 5 riders looked at each other, and Cuckoo Bird raised his hand first. "I'll go first." Everyone had no objection to this. The pressure of the first test was actually the greatest. Ming Mao gently patted Cuckoo Bird on the shoulder. "Come on, Cuckoo, try to get a single spiritual root." Cuckoo Bird took a deep breath and then put his hand on the spiritual source ball. After a moment, light emerged. Wang Qiang took a look and said, 5 spiritual roots." The Cuckoo Bird glanced at Ming Mu with a sidelong glance. Ming Mu took a small step back. Then it was the Earl of Orange. This time Ming Mu was very tactful and did not speak. 4 spiritual roots. Then the dreamer and his 2 riders from Jiang who detected the cultivation qualifications of 4 spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots respectively. Overall, it was not good or bad. Finally, It was Mingmu's turn. Mingmu walked to the spiritual source ball and slowly stretched out his hand. Don't be greedy, it's good to have 4 spiritual roots. After a moment, Wang Qiang's voice of doubt rang out. Huh? Is this a single spiritual root? Mingmu's heart jumped, and he quickly took his hand away from the spiritual source ball and put his head close to the spiritual source ball. At this moment, a ray of light flashed on the spiritual source ball. A ray of light, normally, should be a single spiritual root attribute. But strangely, the color of this ray of light was a little strange. The main body of the light is white, but among the white light, there are some bright and conspicuous black spots. It is obvious that this does not belong to any of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Shi Zhehan was also a little stunned when he saw this. He couldn't help but look at Wei Fan. Master Wei, what is this? Wei Fan's eyes were fixed on the spiritual source ball, and he guessed with a thoughtful look on his face, could it be a mutant spiritual root? White spiritual root, white spiritual root, I remember it. He clapped his hands fiercely, and a blush appeared on his face. There is only one kind of white mutant spiritual root in the Great Mo realm. This is an excellent qualification to learn the great deduction technique of Xianji Valley. Xianji Valley was a top sect in the ancient sect era, and it was famous in the Great Mo realm for deduction and calculation. This deduction technique can calculate people, things, and objects. In ancient times, many practitioners would find Xianji Valley disciples to ask for a test before preparing for major training or exploration. It is said that when this deduction technique is practiced to a very deep level, it can even deduce the future of a world. By the way, the relevant deeds of Xianji Valley have also been mentioned in some letters left by ancestor Simon. Shi Zhehan opened his mouth in surprise, as if he wanted to say something. If what Wei Fan said was true, this kind of deduction technique was definitely not comparable to those fortune-telling scammers. Although reason told him that it was ridiculous to deduce the future, this was the Great Mo realm after all. With the existence of spiritual energy, it was not impossible for some bizarre things to appear. After all, the existence of the Great Mo realm was enough to shatter many people's worldviews. Instead of questioning whether the deduction technique was true, it was better to consider the difficulty of obtaining the technique. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Shi Zhehan slowly asked, Master Wei, if this great deduction technique can deduce everything as you said, then is it difficult to obtain it? However, to his surprise, Wei Fan shook his head very decisively. The great deduction technique is widely spread in the Great Mo world, because the important thing to deduce a path is not the technique, but the white mutant spiritual root. Although the Wei Mansion does not have this technique in stock, the caravan will definitely be able to find a place to sell this technique in Ziqiang City. After saying this, Wei Fan stopped talking. Baiguang is a mutant white spiritual root that can practice deduction, which he can be 100% sure of. But what does the black mixed on it represent? This is beyond Wei Fan's cognition. But for some reason, Wei Fan has an inexplicable premonition in his heart. He always feels that these black spots seem to imply that Baiguang is poisonous. 3,200-word chapter, so there are 2 updates today. The author's plot ends here, and it's mainly a spoof, laughs. Although my logic tells me that the nearly 6,000 words can be divided into 3 chapters, but for the sake of everyone's reading experience, I think I'd better forget it. Chapter 93 Summary of the progress of the camp before the caravan departs. After learning that one of the 5 new riders had a single spiritual root, even Lin Li, who was in the command center, could not sit still. He looked at Shi Zhehan with a serious face and asked in a deep voice, Director Shi, did Ming Mao really detect a single spiritual root? Single spiritual root. 3 simple words. Although it only has 4 more strokes than double spiritual roots, the concepts of the 2 are very different. According to the traditional sayings of the Damo cultivation world, there are certain similarities between the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. They complement each other, or contradict each other. For example, water attribute and fire attribute. Because the spiritual roots of cultivators with dual spiritual roots of water and fire are not compatible, they are prone to go astray during cultivation, and there is a situation of mutual suppression during battle. Therefore, they can only be regarded as inferior among dual spiritual roots. Above them are the more ordinary medium dual spiritual roots such as water and gold, earth and wood. But even the best water and wood spiritual roots among the dual spiritual roots, the theoretical upper limit of cultivation is only the 5th or 6th level of the Jiandan realm, and the highest is the 7th or 8th level. In a relatively resource-poor area like Qi County, not to mention the top dual spiritual routes, even the number of ordinary dual spiritual routes is very limited. Ordinary dual spiritual route cultivators spend their entire lives, stumbling and struggling, and finally being able to cultivate to the 8th level of the foundation building period is already very good. Like the old man in green who died in the beast tide before, he was an ordinary dual spiritual root cultivator. The old man in green was due to the lack of resources in the most critical 4 or 5 years of his youth, which eventually led to serious instability in his foundation. Even if he had not fallen in the beast tide, he would never have been able to advance to the Jinden stage in this life. This is the norm or fate of most dual spiritual root cultivators in the Great Mo realm. But single spiritual roots are different. In the Great Mo realm, even the most ordinary single spiritual roots can easily cultivate to the Jinden stage. In terms of cultivation speed, the gap between single spiritual roots and 4 spiritual roots is even much greater than Yi Shuang. At present, the few Yuanying masters known in the Great Mo realm are all single spiritual root qualifications. For example, Yi Jingxun, a 4th-level Yuanying realm cultivator who appeared in the images left by Wei Siming and was studied by the rabbits for a long time, is a mutated wind-attributed single spiritual root. According to the information collected by the Wei Mansion, in the area thousands of miles around Qi County, only one single spiritual root cultivator has appeared in Zhejiang City in the past 20 years. The single spiritual root cultivator is said to be from a branch of the Yang family in Zhejiang City, and his name and gender are unknown. After the single spiritual root qualification was detected, he was urgently protected and all information was erased. Although the Yang family has never publicly admitted it, everyone knows that this single spiritual root cultivator will be the absolute foundation of Zhejiang City in the future. As long as this single spiritual root genius does not die in the future, his cultivation will at least start at the 8th level of Jinden, and even have the hope of Yuanying. Even the Zhejiang City Yang family, which has a 7th level Jinden realm, needs to keep it so tight and confidential, which shows what kind of status the single spiritual root qualification has. Even though China is vast and populous, with millions of soldiers, but it is foreseeable that the number of single spiritual roots that can be detected in the future will certainly be limited. It was considered a high honor to have 1 out of 100,000 warriors. To some extent, it was not an exaggeration to call him a national treasure. So it was normal for Lin Li to care so much about Ming Mao's situation. Facing Lin Li's inquiry, Shi Zhehan repeated the information he got from Wei Fan, Captain Lin, although Teacher Ming Mao detected a single spiritual root. But according to Patriarch Wei, the combat effectiveness of this white mutant spiritual root is not strong. When benchmarking combat effectiveness, it is basically necessary to lower a major realm, I mean the major realms of key training, foundation building, and Dan formation. The biggest advantage of the white mutant spiritual root is the practice of deduction. Once this technique is fully developed, its strategic significance is even higher than cultivating several nascent soul cultivators. Even if it can be applied to scientific research, even if it does not require too precise results, as long as a few suitable research directions are deduced, our scientific research field will usher in a major innovation. Hearing this, Lin Li lowered his head and pondered for a while, and made a decision in his heart. I think this is the way to go. Don't let Ming Mao write novels. His qualifications should focus on cultivation. Director Shi, you will talk to him later and draw up an agreement with him. We will try our best to help him get the skills he needs, and all resources will be allocated, and his family will also be treated preferentially. This time I will ask the caravan going to Zhejiang City to buy a scroll of heavenly oath, and we will sign the contract with it. Shi Zhehan nodded and said, no problem, leave it to me. Among the 5 riders who came to the Great Mo world this time, Ming Mao is actually the least suitable one. His main field is Western fantasy, and the rabbits need novels with an Oriental style. It's just that Ming Mao gave too much? No, it's just that Ming Mao's writing is so good that the reviewers ignored his field of expertise and forcibly included him in the list of 5. Now Ming Mao has detected a single spiritual root. Although he may be weak in terms of combat power, he is undoubtedly the top priority in terms of strategic position. So it is understandable that Lin Li cancelled his original mission. After sending Shi Zhehan away, Lin Li returned to his seat leisurely and looked through the overall progress table of the camp that Zhang Guanghu had just submitted. Now that the trade group is about to set off, it is also appropriate to summarize the progress of each project. At this time, More than 10 days had passed since the rabbits started the infrastructure construction. After the second recruitment, there were more than 1,500 migrant workers on the construction site. With the efforts of these migrant workers and local technicians working overtime, the foundation of the first phase of the Life Experiment Base project has been laid. At present, Yi Jinayan is leading the team to carry out the final verification work before construction, and gradually began to select talented workers from the migrant workers to train them in technical trades. If nothing unexpected happens, in about a week, some high-priority precision laboratories can be completed and used, but the number of these laboratories will not be large, about 5 to 7. After all, more than 1,500 workers seem to be a lot in terms of number, but in fact they are not enough for large-scale projects. For some important projects with national titles, it is normal for the number of frontline workers to exceed 10,000 or 20,000. However, after the new batch of refugees arriving in Chixin City are successfully accommodated, this number should be able to increase rapidly. At present, the rabbits have found the whereabouts of more than 70 refugee clusters, with a total number of about 12,000 refugees. With the assistance of the random officers of the Wei Mansion, the search team successfully connected with these refugee groups. Some of the more remote refugees have received material support such as compressed biscuits for their survival, and the closer refugee groups have been gradually collected by military trucks and transported to Qi County City. According to the number of 30 people carried by a military truck, in about 10 days, all these refugees can be taken in Qi County City. By then, the rabbits will usher in a peak of workers entering the workforce again, and the total number of workers may exceed 5,000. It is not a problem to increase the overall progress by 1.5 times. And along with the progress bar of the construction site, there are also training classes specially opened by the rabbits. There are a total of 33 people in the first batch of colleges in the training class, but because the refugees are not very literate, too much in-depth education has not been fully carried out. Therefore, the current training class is mainly carried out in a semi-cultural and semi-ideological education mode, but the good news is that the students are very active, and Wang Lansheng and other political workers did not encounter too many obstacles in the teaching process. Among them, Zhao Qianzhu and several others who performed the best already knew more than 50 characters. Unfortunately, Wang Timu was not among them. At this time, Wang Timu had officially checked into the field hospital. The medical team led by Baozin had collected target cells from his body and conducted a very detailed analysis of these target cells. In about 3 to 4 days, the medical team can officially start the cure surgery for cerebellar atrophy. Once the surgery is successfully completed, the rabbits will almost be equivalent to recruiting a reserve member from another world. After reading the summary information of all aspects of the camp, Lin Li nodded with satisfaction, picked up the water cup and poured himself a cup of wolfberry tea. Then he opened the report on the military base at the bottom. With the hard work of the engineering comrades. At present, the military airport of the military base has been completely completed, and the 2 temporary signs have been removed, which can smoothly carry the takeoff and landing of the WZ-10. However, since the correlation coefficient of the J-10 fighter is still being debugged, the highest aerospace combat power that the current military base can send is these WZ-10. The first 480 megawatts unit of the thermal power plant near the military base is about to be built. It will not be long before the camp is free from the restrictions of diesel generators. As for the water plant, just 2 hours ago, the first water pipe had been successfully diverted into the camp. Lin Li used water from the water plant to make tea. Once this water pipe is debugged normally, the camp will be able to supply water to the designated area normally. With the water source of the Great Mo Realm, the fixed materials that Guangmen travels with every day can be reduced and converted into other transportation capacity. Just when Lin Li was about to look at some data of individual projects, the voice of Assistant Zhang Guanghu suddenly came from outside the command center. Report to Captain Lin, Academician who has something to ask you. Next, the rabbit caravan will travel far to gain experience, and the battle is about to start, so you can look forward to it. Then Amo's role has been opened, and everyone can go and compare hearts. Chapter 94 Huajun's Discovery and the Caravan About to Travel Far Away. Upon learning that Huajun's team had made new progress, Lin Li quickly put down the documents in his hand and said to Zhang Guanghua, Xiao Zhang, please invite Academician Huan. A moment later, Huajun walked in from the door. During this period of contact, Lin Li found that it was very simple to judge Hua Jun's mood. Just look at his face. When Hua Jun put on a Sun Ziachun face, it means that he was in a bad or average mood. But when Hua Jun's brows were relaxed and his head could be seen shaking slightly, it meant that the old man was in a very, very good mood. The expression on Hua Jun's face at this time was exactly the second one. Combined with the relevant content just reported by Zhang Guanghua, Lin Li couldn't help but smile. Lao Hua, has your team made any breakthroughs in the research of talismans? Hua Jun raised his eyebrows at him, snorted arrogantly, and slammed 2 talismans on the table with the momentum of a big boss paying the bill. Hey, Lao Lin, guess what these 2 talismans are? If you guess right, I'll treat you to a meal at Dadong in Modu. Lin Li immediately raised his eyebrows. Oh, Dadong is here? That's not cheap. It seems that your results this time are very good. After saying that, he began to carefully observe the 2 talismans in front of him. In the past period of time, Lin Li has handled a lot of information about cultivation, and his horizons are actually quite broad at this time. Just talking about his understanding of the field of cultivation, it should be more than enough to rank in the top 10 among local personnel. After carefully studying the 2 talismans, Lin Li touched his chin and guessed, from the lines, the talismans on these 2 talismans are not very complicated. They should be first-level talismans. I can't recognize the one on the left, but the one on the right. Why do I feel like it's a first-level sealing talisman on Hua's wooden cage? The kind with 5 pieces in a set. Hua Jun gave him a thumbs up and said, yes, both of them are first-level talismans. I'll talk about the one on the left later. The one in your hand is the first-level sealing talisman, or to be more precise, this one is one of the 5 sealing talismans on Hua's wooden cage. Hearing this, Lin Li couldn't help but have a question mark on his face. Old Lin, don't be in a hurry, listen to me slowly. Hua Jun walked to the desk, pulled up a chair and sat down, and said, Old Lin, you should still remember the basic principles of the sealing talisman, right? The core is one sentence. Without considering concave polyhedrons, 5 points can form at most 6 faces. Hua Jun picked up a pen and drew a figure on a blank piece of paper, then pushed it in front of Lin Li. To put it simply, the bottoms of 2 regular triangular pyramids overlap to form a hexahedron with equal dihedral angles, and an independent space is formed inside. Lin Li looked at the figure and nodded. I understand this. It's very simple math knowledge. Then Hua Jun scribbled a few more times on the paper and continued. The center projection of the model after the 2 regular triangular pyramids overlap is in the same position, and I use dotted lines to mark the internal projection. And when the projection dotted line is transformed into vector. Lao Lin, you are also a science student. You should know what this means, right? Lin Li thought for a few seconds and replied, vectors have directions. So these 5 points can be contracted and projected to a center of mass, which means that they can also be expanded in reverse from the center of mass. Is that what you mean? Hua Jun snapped his fingers, with a hint of excitement on his face. That's right. In the field of high-energy physics, this center of mass inverse vector expansion is called space scattering, which is widely used in the field of aviation engines. Our change engine uses this technology. To put it simply, this technology scatters 5 points in the form of clusters or monomers, and scatters them according to the prescribed orbit at the center of the projection surface, thereby constructing the most stable space figure. As Hua Jun said, this space scattering technology is highly used in the aviation field, and particle colliders often involve related concepts. Seeing this, some people may find it strange. Doesn't this technology look very simple? Isn't it enough to send it out like fireworks and then scatter it into stars? Unfortunately, this is a very wrong perception. The key to inverse vector space scattering is not to say that the center of mass can be scattered. It depends on whether the scattered vector arrows can successfully reach the predetermined position, thereby constructing a standard combination of 5 points and 6 faces. This is also commonly known as a hexahedron or a regular spindle with equal dihedral angles. The space formed by this regular hexahedron is very stable and balanced, because the center of the sphere of the regular triangular pyramid is at its height, and the matter or ability transmitted through the vector axis can be perfectly retracted and released. At present, there are only 6 countries in the world that have mastered the 5.6-sided space scattering technology. The rabbit, the eagle and the bear rank in the top 3, among which the bear relies on the mangine of its ancestors. The eagle has gone a little further than the rabbits in this field. At present, The limit of the rabbits is 20 kilograms of cumulative weight sprayed 39.6 meters, while the eagle has broken through 45 meters. It has to be said that in the field of aviation, we still have a long way to go. Fortunately, in recent years, our catching up speed has been very fast, and the breakthrough progress in related fields is about 1.3 to 1.5 times that of the eagle. At the same time, since the front-end barrier in this field is 70 meters, there is no so-called situation that the further you go, the harder it is. So the rabbits still have a great chance to catch up with the eagle in a sense. This value almost represents who can fly out of the solar system first. The site returns to the headquarters. After listening to Huajun's narration, Lin Li couldn't help but ask, "Academician Hua, I understand the concept, but what does this have to do with the sealing talisman?" Huajun glanced at him, pointed at the sealing talisman on the table and said, "Old Lin, do you know how the cultivators in the Great Mo realm generally use the sealing talisman?" Lin Li shook his head. He really had never seen such a scene. They use it like this. After the spell is finished, they throw it all out at once. Huajun made a flower scattering gesture towards him and continued, because the Great Mo realm has no concept of a pentagon at all. So these country bumpkins and natives don't know how to calculate the trajectory. After activating the talisman, they just throw it forward without any rules, waiting for the talisman to form a closed space by itself. So this first-level sealing talisman can only be used for targets whose movements are severely restricted, or for little guys like Huazayamo who always squat with their heads in their hands. As he spoke, Huajun's tone suddenly rose a few notes, and a flush welled up on his face. "But we are different, Lao Lin. We have a mature 5.6 surface scattering technology. At present, on the aviation side, we can wrap solid matter with an individual weight of 2 kilograms and a cumulative weight of 10 kilograms with a gelatinous film, and scatter it into a standard positive spindle through a thrust orbit. A distance of 15 meters only takes 0.343 seconds. Huajun became more and more excited as he spoke. He put his hands on the table, leaned forward with his upper body, and spread his hair and beard. "Old Lin, do you know what this concept is?" Before Lin Li could speak, he picked up the sealing talisman on the table and shook his wrist vigorously. A 10-kilogram thrust launcher has a volume of about 0.125 cubic meters, which means it is 50 centimeters long, wide and high. But this talisman weighs only about 15 grams, so there is no need for a launcher of that size. Our team has initially developed a short-capacity artillery shell, which puts 5 talismans in through a calculated orbit, and at the same time uses a chip inside to set the guide for space scattering. After the short-capacity shell reaches the predetermined position or hits the target, the 5 talismans will quickly fly out according to the set orbit, forming a standard forbidden space within 1 second, sealing off a space of about 30 cubic meters. As Lin Li listened, he suddenly realized something from Huajun's words. He stood up abruptly and asked with a serious face, "What is the range of this short-capacity artillery shell? How big is it?" "The shell is about 15 centimeters long and weighs about 300 grams. There is a buffer and fixing device at the front end to ensure that the trajectory of the talisman inside will not deviate. As for the size of the launcher," Huajun made a shoulder-lifting motion, "it's about the same as an RPG rocket launcher. Of course, the relevant technology has not been fully developed yet, and it will take some time." Lin Li's chest rose and fell heavily, and finally said slowly, "In other words, it can be used to capture 2-headed bulls. Woo woo woo, give me some monthly tickets." Chapter 95 Huajun's Discovery and the Caravan About to Travel Far Away. "Yes, the target we are targeting is the 2-headed bull." Facing Lin Li's guess, Huajun gave a straightforward reply. "The sealing escape talisman, as the word means, refers to sealing an area and restricting the target so that it cannot escape. This restriction is actually limited. The first-level sealing escape talisman can only be used for targets below the 6th level of key training, and in some specific situations, it can trap the 8th level of key training. Maybe in the future our technology can reach the level of trapping the Yuanying, but for now it is more practical to think about how to capture the 2-headed bull." Lin Li nodded when he heard this. He didn't have much idea about trapping the Yuanying, and said, "Academician Hua, this 5.6-sided. This is too difficult to pronounce, so let's call it a sealing escape launcher. How long will it take for the sealing escape launcher to be put into actual combat? And can the sealing escape talisman be mass-produced?" At this time, there was only a little more than a month left before the Battle of the 2-Headed Bull. If the ceiling escape launcher could not be mass-produced, then its priority would be lowered a lot. A battle of this scale could never be forced to be postponed because of this link. After all, the longer the time drags on, the more time the monsters in Xiaolianzi Mountain will have to recover from their injuries. The possibility of casualties in the army will be greater. The rabbits would rather catch fewer cows than see their soldiers make greater sacrifices. Hu Jun also obviously knew this and said quickly, "Captain Lin, the ceiling launcher needs some technical support from the aviation port. As far as I know, some of the technical reserves are at a very high level. If the technical support can be in place in time, I am sure that the ceiling launcher can be optimized before the battle begins. In addition, the ceiling talisman has been tested by us and is currently capable of mass production like the psychic shield." Lin Li raised his eyelids and glanced at Hu Jun, and asked in surprise, "Can this thing really be mass-produced?" In his opinion, the ceiling talisman involves the concept of space, which fully meets the definition of high-end. With the current technological level of the rabbits, it should be difficult to analyze this talisman. Just like the space bag in Wei Mansion, Zheng Gucheng's physics team fiddled with it for a long time, but couldn't even analyze a hair. Hu Jun seemed to see through Lin Li's thoughts and explained, "Old Lin, although Fengden looks high-end, it is actually a regional restraint that activates spiritual energy through patterns. The real concept of space refers to the ability to cut a certain area from a three-dimensional perspective. The difference between the two is still very large, just as Hu Jun said. To put it bluntly, the first-level Fengden talisman is actually an airbox or air rope, but it can only cover the target. It has little to do with silence, division, and the prohibition of nuclear weapons. After all, it is only the first level. If the whole world is compared to a complete puzzle, the effect of the Fengden talisman is like a Coke lid turned upside down on the map, which cannot affect the map itself. If it is to divide the space in the true sense, it is necessary to open a small piece of the puzzle, whether it is played in the hand or thrown away at will. The process of opening the puzzle is space cutting." After listening to Hu Jun's explanation, Lin Li also understood. He turned his attention to another question, "Academician Hu, what is the current production capacity of the ceiling escape talisman?" Speaking of production capacity, Hu Jun's brows drooped a little, and he sighed slightly and said, "Captain Lin, the ceiling escape talisman is different from the psychic shield. The ceiling escape talisman needs 5 pieces to be used together to be effective. That is to say, we need to produce 5 times the number of ceiling escape talismans corresponding to the number of 2-headed bulls we capture. In addition to the infusion of spiritual power and other links. Before the battle begins, I can only provide about 7,500 ceiling escape talismans at most, which is about 1,500 white sets. The goal set by the base camp is at least 2,000, so we can only buy the remaining difference with money. But the good news is that the first-level ceiling escape talisman is quite cheap." Hu Jun's words were not to comfort Lin Li or to save face. The first-level ceiling escape talisman has very high requirements for the casting environment and the effect is just so-so, so the price has always been low. A set of 5 first-level ceiling escape talismans costs about 1/5 of the price of a first-level body protection talisman. After understanding the various situations of the ceiling escape talisman, Lin Li said to Hu Jun, "Academician Hu, I will report this matter to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Just leave the technical support to me." After saying this, Lin Li was about to get up and see the guest off. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of another talisman on the table. Then he slapped his head. "Oh, I almost forgot. Academician Hu, what is your other talisman for?" "Oh, you mean this talisman?" Hu Jun did not forget about it. He picked up another talisman and explained, "This is a first-level speeding talisman, which is one of the 6 first-level talismans drawn by Wei Yuan at the beginning. After activation, it can make the human body move much faster. The specific speed varies according to the cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the increase. At present, our research on this kind of talisman has just begun, and the problem of mass production still cannot be solved. But we already have a general direction." Lin Li couldn't help but say, "What direction?" "Amplify weapons, mainly the flight speed of shells and bullets." Hu Jun looked at Lin Li with a serious face, and the expression on his face became more and more like Sun Xiaochuan. "This is an idea proposed by one of my students, the one who proposed to draw the talisman first and then infuse spiritual power in the psychic shield project. We all call him Xiao He. This time he proposed another idea. If the speeding charm is attached to a small artillery shell, and through certain technical means, Can it be accelerated during flight? Just like the secondary ignition of the third-stage rocket engine. Lin Li frowned and said, Academician Hua, I remember that missiles can also be reignited now, right? Hua Jun shook his head at him and corrected him, Old Lin, I was talking about artillery shells, not missiles. To some extent, Lin Li's words are actually correct. At present, the secondary ignition technology of various countries in the field of medium and long-range missiles is very mature. And it adopts a principle similar to cold launch. Even India can do it. After all, it is not difficult to achieve secondary ignition for the solid fuel engines used in most missiles. However, the core purpose of the secondary or multiple ignition of missiles is more to reduce the risk of launch, increase the range, and save fuel. But artillery shells are different from missiles. At present, various countries are also studying the secondary acceleration of artillery shells, but there are almost no breakthroughs in related fields. Compared with the secondary ignition of medium and long-range missiles, the purpose of the secondary ignition of artillery shells is not to fly farther. It is to avoid interception and increase kinetic energy so that it can convert more mechanical energy when it explodes. E equals mv2, 2. This is a formula that few people know. At present, in addition to the tungsten blocks and hypersonic missiles fired by electromagnetic guns, the fastest initial velocity of conventional small and medium-sized artillery shells and bullets of firearms is only 1,800 to 2,000 meters per second. The reason why they cannot speed up is very simple. Unlike artillery shells and missiles, materials such as N2 can be used as ignition powder for large missiles, but cannot be used as propellant for artillery shells because artillery shells are limited by chamber pressure, and the consequence of exceeding chamber pressure is only 1 boom. Therefore, guns and cannons and conventional weapons are driven by the gas generated by the combustion of non-metallic gunpowder. Therefore, the muzzle velocity of warheads and artillery shells will not be greater than the limit speed of gas expansion. This leads to an upper limit on the initial velocity of artillery shells. It's like when you throw a stone, the speed of the stone cannot be higher than the speed of your arm swinging. Although the use of new propellants, such as liquid propellants, and new projection mechanisms, such as electromagnetic guns, can exceed this limit to varying degrees. But for traditional artillery shells, the initial velocity is basically difficult to break through the 2,000 meter per second barrier. According to the idea proposed by Xiao He, if the speeding talisman can be successfully cracked and used on artillery shells, then it will undoubtedly be a great help from the perspective of reducing fuel or increasing kinetic energy. Of course, at present, this is only a very long-term research direction, and there are still many difficulties to fully realize it. For example, the ballistic calculation of fire control, the median equation group after the parabola change, etc. But the same thing, in any case, this is a practical idea, but the road will be difficult to follow. At the same time, because Hua Jun's team focuses on armor, if the topic of the speeding talisman is to be further studied, it is necessary to seek assistance from other weapons experts. After sending Hua Jun away, Lin Li was just about to close his eyes and rest, and Zhang Guanghua's voice rang out again outside the door. Report, the antenna array has been debugged, and the Wei Mansion has sent an inquiry. Is the caravan ready to set off? I regret not dividing it into volumes, otherwise this chapter should be considered the end of the volume. The stitches will be removed on the 15th, and I'll resume updating then. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Near the military base, on an open flat ground. Although it is now dark in the Damo world, but under the illumination of the surrounding strong lights, the visibility of the naked eye at close range is not much different from that during the day. On the flat ground, Lin Li is looking up at the huge monster in front of him with shock and admiration on his face. This is a large antenna array with a length and width of more than 50 meters and a vertical height of 40 meters. The silver-white exterior looks majestic and technological. Although Lin Li is also one of the top scholars in the field of high-tech, his main field is biology, and he doesn't have many opportunities to see such large equipment. This set of antenna arrays is the one originally located in Jiaoyou. It was built in 2012. It took 400 workers 17 days to complete it. It was dismantled and sealed in 2020 for many reasons. The dismantled antenna array was sealed on the spot in Jiaoyo. After the rabbits decided to transport a large antenna equipment, this set of antenna arrays deservedly became the first choice. Although this antenna array may be 1 to 1.5 generations behind in technology, it is enough to be used for a while in the Damo realm, where there is no radio interference. Since Jiaoyo port is the 6th largest port in the world and the 2nd largest foreign trade port in China, there is no difficulty in the water transport route. So in less than a day, this set of equipment was transported to the Damo realm. With the day and night efforts of thousands of engineers, this antenna array was assembled in just 152 hours. By the way, due to the limited tower crane facilities on the construction site, some high-altitude operations were assisted by the monks of the Wei Mansion. More than a dozen monks above the 7th level of key training wore work clothes and safety helmets, and carried objects to a height of 40 meters with their own power or magic weapons. You can imagine the relevant scenes. There is a saying in behavioral psychology that people can easily become emotional and deep under the starry sky, and this environment will induce humans to recall the past involuntarily. Lin Li was like this at this time. He seemed to have thought of something, and said to Yi Jianian beside him with emotion, "Speaking of which, when I was a child, there was also an antenna in the commune in the town. It was in the 1960s. It was specially used to receive broadcasts. It may not occupy 1 square meter. Look, it's about this big." He stretched out his hand and drew a square in the air in front of his chest, and continued, "I didn't expect that after a few decades, we even have antenna equipment of more than 2,000 square meters. Tisk tisk." In Xiao Wang's words, times have changed. Yi Jianian smiled at him and said, "Captain Lin, let alone more than 2,000 square meters, I have led a team to build a distributed antenna array of more than 20,000 square meters. Let me first state that I am not discriminating against the industry. People like you who are engaged in biological research really don't understand how strong our current infrastructure field is." Lin Li pointed at Yi Jianian with his index finger a few times, then exhaled, and his expression gradually became serious. "Engineer Yi, has this equipment been debugged?" When it came to business, Yi Jianian stopped laughing. He pointed to a flashing note on the antenna and said, "Captain Lin, after more than 40 hours of testing and debugging by the information engineering team, the antenna equipment is now operating normally. Due to the excellent communication conditions in the Great Mo realm, the maximum limit of long waves is even higher than on Earth, reaching up to 4,300 kilometers. The Zhejiang city that the Wei Mansion caravan was going to this time was 2,000 miles away, that is, 1,000 kilometers away, which was far less than the limit range of the antenna array. As long as Lin Ximing and others did not fall into the secret realm and space-time cracks that are unique to fairy tales, there should not be too many problems with communication and image transmission. After understanding the relevant situation, Lin Li glanced at the antenna array around him again, and then waved his hand. "Then notify Wei Qiangsheng that the caravan can start to assemble." 3 hours later, a group of people gathered at the edge of the camp. There were a total of 147 caravan members on this trip. Among them, there were 107 people from the Wei Mansion, led by Wei Qiangsheng, and Wei Niandong was responsible for assisting in translation. There were about 20 practitioners traveling with the Wei Mansion, with the lowest level being the 3rd level of key training. The rest were selected servants from the Wei Mansion, most of whom had been long-term workers since their fathers or even grandparents. Perhaps many people do not have a very good impression of the term long-term worker. But in fact, in such a turbulent period, it is actually a very lucky thing to be able to sign a lifelong contract with a good and kind master with a good reputation. In addition to the 107 people from the Wei Mansion, the remaining 40 people were members of the Huaxia business delegation. Among them, there were 4 business representatives, 6 accompanying teams, and 30 escort teams, led by Colonel Lin Ximing. In addition, considering that the style of painting of the Huaxia people is different from that of the natives of Damo, the 40 accompanying people all wore the traditional ancient-style clothing of the Damo world. Of course, only the appearance was different, and everyone was still wearing various light daily clothes inside, and various emergency supplies were also prepared in the luggage. This time, the Wei Mansion brought a huge amount of supplies, totaling nearly 20 tons, including monster supplies and local specialties. Most of them were placed in the space bag, and the rest were packed into some boxes. As for the Chinese side, for this caravan trip, the rabbits worked in 3 shifts to mine the Spirit Stone mine. In the end, A total of more than 14,000 mother and child plants were excavated, which exceeded the expectation by more than 2,000. Unfortunately, I don't know if it was because everything went too smoothly before. This time, the rabbits' luck was not very good, and they had a big black face. 14,000 mother and child plants finally produced only 25,000 spirit stones, which was nearly 3,000 less than the normal valuation. 3,000 spirit stones, calculated at 6,000 Chinese currency per piece, is close to 20 million. So after the mother and child plant mining this time, the command center has been considering whether to change Comrade Fei Chu to another position. Ahem. In short, the rabbits did not have much money on hand this time. After all, there are many kinds of materials to be purchased this time. And some of them are expensive. 25,000 spirit stones may not be able to withstand several rounds of procurement. However, the base camp has long considered this embarrassing situation of lack of funds. So they brought a batch of small things here early, which were small mallets with wooden handles. This time, the caravan carried 15,000 of these small things, weighing a little over 9 tons. A box of 1.5x 1.5x 1.5 specifications can hold 1,200 of these small things, so there are only about 10 boxes of 15,000 of them. After arriving at Zhejiang City, these small things will be sold as non-spiritual detonation talismans. The price of the first-level detonation talismans in the Great Mo realm is about 2-4 spiritual stones depending on the effect. The cheapest detonation talisman can blow a small pit of about 30 centimeters in a flat ground, and the explosion range is about 5 meters. After all, the Great Mo realm is a world of immortal cultivation. It is normal for those who have extraordinary power to stand at the top of the pyramid without the foundation of gunpowder. Just like Wei Siming and his team could sell the distilled wine technology for a lot of money, thus earning enough spiritual resources, which shows the poverty of the industrial field in the Great Mo realm. Of course, it is not ruled out that some big families have developed relevant technologies, but for various purposes, they choose to digest them themselves. In short, most areas in the Damo world still use detonating talismans as the main means of blasting. So the cheapest detonating talisman is used as a reference. The rabbits priced the wooden handle gadgets at 1 spirit stone, which is equivalent to about 6,000 Chinese yuan. It is not too black-hearted, right? After all, this is a small item passed down from our family. There are discounts for large quantities, dear, if everything goes well. Zhejiang City may become a dumping ground for the rabbits' inventory in the future. A trading partner. After all, the larger the city, the stronger the beast tide will be. For a city of more than 2 million people, it is okay if the beast tide does not come, but once it comes, it will be at least 1 million or even tens of millions. To be honest, even the rabbits will feel pain in fighting a battle of this scale. Not to mention Zhejiang City. So the other party must have relevant resource needs, which is what is commonly known as buyer demand. If these gadgets are popular enough, the rabbits said that there are billions of these things under the ground in our backyard. If you want them, just pack them up and take them away. Well, this time it's really billions, and billions of them were made at the beginning. In addition to these wooden handle gadgets, the rabbits also brought a small amount of clothes produced on the assembly line and some other special materials this time, ready to test the waters to see the market feedback in Zhejiang City. After all, there's a cotton mill in Chixin City that is about to start production, so it's a good idea to try to expand sales. After everything was ready, Lin Li gave the order, "Let's go." The update plan has changed, and there will be no additional updates in the middle of the month for the time being. Don't worry, it's a good thing. There are arrangements above, and you can look forward to it at the end of the month. There may be 10 updates in 1 to 3 days, or even more. Chapter 97 Lincoln City Transfer Station. Under the dark night sky, more than a dozen military off-road transport vehicles formed a long dragon of light and shadow on the ground, driving straight in a certain direction. In the compartment of one of the transport vehicles, Wang Qiang sat on a simply modified chair and swung her legs, muttering to Lin Ziming, "Colonel Lin, why do I feel that our style is a little wrong? In the world of immortal heroes, let alone flying the wind and sword, there must be at least some horse-drawn carriages, right?" Lin Ziming glanced at her and said, "The Wei Mansion does have horse-drawn carriages, but with so many people and goods, it is estimated that the carriage can't even run 15 kilometers in an hour. By the time we get to the next stop, Conan will probably have updated 5 or 6 episodes. In the past, The Wei mansion had no other choice but to use horse-drawn carriages to transport goods. Now that we have more efficient transport vehicles, we will definitely choose the optimal solution. Wang Qiang shrugged her shoulders and opened a can of happy water and gulped it down. She also took out a Su Fuji corn stick from her pocket, the one that Grandpa Wang had left over, and asked while chewing, "Colonel Lin, we have been on the road for a while now, and we don't need to keep the route a secret, right? Tell me about it." Lin Ziming hesitated for a few seconds, thinking that the confidentiality time required by the headquarters had indeed passed, so he said, "Zhejiang City is about 1,100 kilometers away from the camp, in the southwest of Qi County. According to the orientation of the Damo realm, Zhejiang City will be closer to the center of the realm." Wang Qiang held a corn stick in her mouth and counted on her fingers. "It's still dark now, and there are no roads on the way. The speed of our convoy is about 40 kilometers per hour. Including the time for rest and supplies, it will take at least 45 hours to get to Zhejiang City." It must be said that Wang Qiang's noisy personality can still liven up the atmosphere during such a long journey, so Lin Ziming was happy to talk to this little girl a few more words. "It won't take that long. Our trip this time is divided into 2 parts. The transport team will take us to the next stop. It will take about 4 or 5 hours, and then we will return." Ma Ning, who was already a little depressed, immediately became more energetic after hearing what Lin Ziming said. "Really? Colonel Lin, we won't have to take this transport vehicle in another 4 or 5 hours. Ma Ning is already 60 years old this year. From the fact that he can't live without wolfberry tea every day, we can know that this old man is not in good health." In fact, when discussing the candidates for the first time, the headquarters had considered the age of the candidates. So Ma Ning was not included in the list of candidates. But after knowing this, Ma Ning didn't even want the wolfberry tea. He put down the cup and hurried to find Lin Li. When they met, he said something like, "I have made contributions to the rabbits and so on." After all, as a social humanist, how could he not fight for the opportunity to witness the giant city of Luo in another world with his own eyes? Under Ma Ning's 3-whip, the headquarters considered that he was also a rare linguistics and social humanities expert, so they finally agreed to his application. However, after pursuing, Ma Ning quickly wilted when he got on the transport vehicle. After all, off-road transport vehicles, or to put it bluntly, military vehicles. Friends who know military vehicles should know that the core requirements are 4 words: tough and durable. The lifelong dream of the vehicle engineering bosses in the Military Institute is to build a car that can drive in the crater of a volcano or in Boruto. But other than that, the vehicles of the army basically have no advantages. Comfort has never been a consideration for military vehicles. It is normal to be hot in summer and leaky in winter. For example, the suspension of the 212 Jeep. In 1988, the top leader of a certain area in the South bought several 212 Jeeps as official vehicles. 3 days later, the main leaders would rather ride bicycles to work and said they would not ride 212 Jeeps. This was a wonder in that era. The lack of comfort, coupled with the poor conditions of some sections of the route provided by the Wei mansion, the transport vehicle was bumpy like a pile driver when passing by, and Ma Ning's body was naturally weak. So now that he knows that he will change stations soon, Ma Ning immediately sat up in shock from his dying illness. If he hadn't stopped in time, he could still recite a poem for you. Seeing the slightly anxious expression on Ma Ning's face, Lin Ziming nodded with a smile and replied, "Professor Ma, our next stop is called Linyuan City, which is about 180 kilometers west of Qi County City. Captain Yao Rong and his team have discovered this city before. The population of Linyuan City is larger than that of Qi County City, about 70,000 to 80,000. Although there is no giant realm in this city, there are more than 10 foundation building cultivators, and there are 3 people above the 8th level of foundation building. The strength is much stronger than that of Qi County City. According to the information Wei Qiangsheng told us, Linyuan City is a direct city under Zhejiang City. It is a branch of Zhejiang City. It is also one of the transit cities set by Zhejiang, the largest chamber of commerce in Zhejiang City. Every once in a while, a flying boat will pass over Linyuan City. At that time, as long as enough fees are paid, even ordinary people can take the flying boat to Zhejiang City." Wang Qiang's eyes widened when he heard this, and he made a wave gesture with his left hand. "Flying boat? The kind that can fly in the sky without gravity? The kind that Newton would have to lift the lid of his coffin when he saw it?" Lin Ziming nodded gently. Wang Qiang's reaction was not unexpected, because earlier when he learned that Zbaoxun had a flying boat that could carry thousands of people, he was not much less surprised than Wang Qiang. After all, with the productivity of rabbits or any country on the earth today, it is difficult to make a flying machine that can carry thousands of people to the sky and operate for a long time. According to the information provided by the Wei Mansion, Zhejiang City had produced a Yuanying master hundreds of years ago, and his highest cultivation level had reached the middle stage of the Yuanying, that is, the fourth stage of the Yuanying. At that time, Zhejiang City was basically respected within a radius of more than 2,000 miles. Zbaoxun was the Chamber of Commerce founded by that Yuanying. There were 3 huge flying boats in the Chamber of Commerce that were personally refined by Yuanying cultivators. It was said that it took thousands of spirit stones to start each time. Now that Yuanying cultivator has fallen 100 years ago, but the flying boat he refined has been left behind. Although there are no Yuanying realm cultivators in Zhejiang City now, the blood of the ancestor in the 7th level of Jiandan realm has not dried up at this time. In addition, there are no other cities rising suddenly around, so now this area is still centered on Zhejiang City. The 3 flying boats will take off after the beast tide, depart from Zhejiang City, and circle in different directions. The caravans that intend to go to Zhejiang City will be collected and sent to their destinations. Although Lin Ziming has never seen the specific appearance of the flying boat, it is thought that the equipment that can carry thousands of people and goods in the air will not be small. This situation can be seen from the Airbus A380. The size of the Airbus is 72.75 meters, but the normal carrying capacity of this behemoth is only 555 people. In special circumstances, it can only carry 850 people when fully loaded. There is no doubt that this will be a huge aircraft that the rabbits have never seen before. Lin Ziming couldn't help but think of what Lin Li had said to him. Perhaps only a society like the Great Mo Realm can produce such a huge thing that can only be created by highly concentrated resources under such poor conditions at the bottom of society. 4 hours later, the transport convoy successfully arrived outside Linhuen City. Chapter 98 Linhuen City Transfer Station. The transport convoy stopped at a mountain valley, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Linhuen City gate. After the convoy stopped, Lin Ziming pressed his index finger on the earphone to listen, and then said to everyone, pack up and get off the car. After saying this, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Wang Qiang and said, here, the carriage you asked for is here. Wang Qiang had just packed up her snacks and was about to get off the car, and was stunned when she heard it, because the transport vehicle where the group was located in the back half of the convoy. As soon as everyone landed, they saw a large group of people busy moving goods in front. Then, moving her eyes forward, Wang Qiang finally understood what Lin Ziming meant. With the help of the lighting effect of the high beam, it can be seen that several carriages appeared at the front of the convoy. The carriage in these carriages, that is, the back half of the vehicle, is not much different from the ancient vehicles on Earth. They are all 2 wooden wheels with a bearing and a large carriage on top. But what about the horse in front? Although they also have 4 legs, these creatures have lizard-like heads, silvery eyes with no visible pupils, and a slight bulge between the shoulder bones. This is a common animal-powered creature in the Great Mo realm, called the lizard. If they have the opportunity to break through the first level, the bulge on the shoulder bones will evolve into wings that can fly. Lin Ziming introduced this creature to everyone, and then pointed to Wei Qiangsheng, who was handing over to several people in front, and said, Linhuen City is a very famous transit station nearby, so the Wei Mansion also set up a small business in the city, mainly to gather information and receive chicks in city caravans. Usually, as long as they ensure that they do not lose money, there is no profit mission. Ma Ning is the oldest among the crowd. Hearing this, he naturally thought of a similar building in a certain period of China. Isn't this a guest house for a certain city to live in a certain place, similar to the one in the imperial capital? Lin Ziming looked at Ma Ning with a strange expression. In fact, his initial idea was also a guest house. Could it be that his mental age is almost the same as Ma Ning's? Then he coughed twice, trying to be more serious. Okay, for the sake of safety, our transport vehicle will stop here temporarily, and everyone will rest here. Comrades Io Wang and teacher Zhao Hong, please help Professor Ma. It's dark, be careful not to fall. Then he looked around the entourage, and finally waved to one of them, Comrade Wu Fan, come with me to help unload the goods. That's right, Wu Fan. In the initial plan, The command decided to send a 6-person team to the trade delegation in addition to the 4 trade representatives. At that time, the command only decided on 4 of them: Lin Ziming, Wang Qiang, Ma Ning and Dai Chao Hong. The remaining 2 were originally arranged to be accompanied by 2 life assistants, but after repeated decisions by the command, it was decided to add Wu Fan to the entourage list this time. Adding Wu Fan was not to take advantage of the protagonist's halo, but from the perspective of translation. After all, if the rabbits want to go shopping by themselves, sometimes it may not be appropriate to call Wei Niandong. So a local tool, a local translator, is very useful at this time. Wu Fan's language progress has been very fast during this period, and now he can rap Dawan Quan Mian very fluently. In addition, his performance in all aspects has been very good recently, and the command finally decided to add him to the list of trade groups. After hearing Lin Ziming's call, Wu Fan responded and walked forward quickly. The brick-moving life during this period has made him much stronger, and his physical fitness has improved a little after the awakening of the spirit. It is reasonable to stand up and help at this time. Then the 2 came to the location of the guard group, and several people worked together to move the non-spiritual detonation talisman. As for someone's complaint about why there is no levitation in the world of immortal heroes, it was unfortunately ignored because the distance was too far. More than half an hour later, all the supplies from Wei Mansion and Huaxia were moved to the carriage. Due to the limited scale of Wei Mansion's Chamber of Commerce in Linhuan City, there were only 3 vehicles left after loading the supplies. Lin Ziming and Wei Qiangsheng and others discussed it and arranged the women and elders, mostly accountants, in the caravan to get on the carriage, while the rest walked to Linhuan City. 40 minutes later, under the guidance of Wei Qiangsheng, they arrived at an area. This area is about 500 meters away from the city gate. The terrain is flat and looks very suitable for large vehicles to lift and lower. When everyone arrived here, hundreds of people had already stopped here with goods. These people were very clearly divided into several campfires, with hundreds of people and only more than 20 people. Some of them were chatting or eating meat and drinking, and a few were meditating with their eyes closed. Obviously, each campfire represents a caravan. The leaders of the caravans are basically practitioners above the 6th level of key training, and their eyesight is also very good at night. After the firelight saw that the new team was led by Wei Qiangsheng, 3 or 2 people soon came up with wine bags. Wei Qiangsheng chatted with several people at first, but his smile disappeared instantly when he returned to Lin Ziming. "Colonel Lin," I asked. "The flying boat will arrive in a few hours. We can find a place to rest first." This time, there are a total of 7 caravans, including us, which is 6 less than last time, and the leaders of many teams have changed. And did you see the group of people in the right front? It is a caravan of 2 cities, which is very rare in the past. It seems that everyone has suffered a lot in this beast tide. I hope this information is useful to you. Lin Ziming nodded and thanked Wei Qiangsheng. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Qiangsheng. Please arrange for everyone to rest." After Wei Qiangsheng left, Lin Ziming quietly found Mu Jie, the general manager of the trade group. "Director Mu, please come with me." Mu Jie is 35 years old this year. His original position was the director of the 2nd Division of the International Economic and Trade Relations Department of the Ministry of Commerce. He was one of the people who arrived at the Damo realm with Shi Zihong. After walking to Hidden Place, Lin Ziming repeated the news that Wei Qiangsheng had inquired about, and then asked, "Director Mu, what do you think? This is good news?" Mu Jie raised his short eyebrows and answered without hesitation. From the caravan formed by the cooperation of the 2 cities, it can be seen that this kind of long-distance trade has certain risks. This is also consistent with the judgment of the headquarters before we set out. Therefore, those cities that did not come either died or had no healthy and powerful monks to lead the team. This made them dare not send caravans to stop losses by selling monster materials after suffering heavy losses. At the same time, considering the distance between the cities in the Great Mo realm, I think that except for some cities with extremely close relationships, the vast majority of cities that are unable to organize caravans will not hand over the materials to other cities for sale. The distance between the cities is one aspect, and secondly, no one can guarantee that they can get money after entrusting someone to sell. Therefore, I think a considerable number of cities have chosen to temporarily store the materials this time and wait for the next opportunity to sell. Colonel Lin, do you know what this means? At this point, Mu Ji's eyes were fixed on Lin Ziming, and he raised an index finger. This means that the amount of raw materials for the monsters in this trade will be greatly reduced, and the selling price is likely to skyrocket. This is very good news for the Wei Mansion. As for the more casualties of our monks and the beast tide, the higher the demand for talismans. And our gadgets are cheap and practical. Do you think they will be popular? Secondly, as the owner of the flying boat, the Yang family of Zhejiang City must have known the news of the reduction in the number of caravans. But other families in the city or shops in the market may not have thought of this, or they would not have thought that the loss of raw materials this time would be so serious. After all, their information channels are limited, and the Yang family has not had time to set up the network, so it is impossible for them to be kind enough to inform them. So at least in the first period of time, other merchant families in Zhejiang City should not be able to react. This time may be very short, 3 to 5 hours or even an hour, but there must be such a time difference. Even many caravans heading to Zhejiang City may not realize this. For example, some areas where the beast tide is not so badly affected. After all, not everyone has a business sense. So, if we can make good use of this information gap, let alone eat meat, at least drink some soup behind the Yang family, I think there is room for operation. After all, we have the think tank of the entire China behind us. After listening to this quietly, Lin Ziming's expression became serious. Director Mu, your analysis makes sense. I will immediately report this situation to the headquarters. Then the two hurriedly parted. Mu Jie went to find other business members to convey this information, and Lin Ziming quickly reported this situation to the headquarters. After receiving this news, the headquarters immediately showed an attitude of importance. Lin Li said in the call that he would immediately send Yan Shaoxin to replace him to go back to Motu to get an injection. No, go back to Motu to report the situation. After hanging up the call, Lin Ziming exhaled heavily. If Mu Ji's idea is feasible, then this is tantamount to a future's bottom fishing in another world. Conservatively speaking, it must be no difficulty to earn a few thousand spirit stones. Of course, it still requires certain technical skills to operate. After all, no one knows how long it will take for the news to spread. Then Lin Ziming put away the communication equipment and turned to assist in the placement of personnel. Things have calmed to this point, and he is no longer able to handle it alone. 3 hours later, the last caravan arrived. The number of caravans for this trip was finally set at 8. In the words of Wei Qianshen, of the 13 caravans last year, 5 failed and 5 really failed. Another 2 hours passed. A behemoth broke through the clouds and flew in from a distance. The flying boat has arrived. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 99, First Encounter with the Flying Boat. When they saw the appearance of the flying boat, almost everyone was stunned. The length of the Airbus A380 is 72.75 meters, the wingspan is 79.75 meters, and the height is 24.09 meters. It is already the largest airliner on the Earth. But compared with the flying boat in front of the Airbus A380, it is completely as small which compared to a big witch. The exterior of this flying boat is shining with colorful light, so that it can fully reveal its body even in the dark. In everyone's original imagination, the word flying boat should be just a title. In fact, it should look like a flying boat. For example, the flying boat in Wei Mansion that can carry 7 people looks almost the same as a larger kayak. But the flying boat in Zhejiang City looks like a real boat. Or the kind with sails. The length of this flying boat is about 400 meters, the width is close to 100 meters, the height of the hull is just over 60 meters, and the height of the sail is at least 100 meters higher. This is a big guy that is very hard to see on Earth, or it can't be seen at all. You should know that the Diamond Princess, one of the 15 most luxurious cruise ships on Earth, is only 290.4 meters long, 48.2 meters wide, and 62.5 meters high. Not to mention that the flying boat can fly in the sky. Looking at this behemoth in the sky, Wang Qian couldn't help but murmured, such a big ship can still fly in the sky? No wonder it is rumored that it takes thousands of spirit stones to fly once, according to the information provided by the Wei Mansion. It takes at least 1,500 spirit stones to start the flying boat of Zhejiang City once. According to the exchange rate of 1,6100, it is equivalent to more than 9 million Chinese yuan. It has been mentioned before. The 3 flying boats of Zhejiang City each have a fixed flight route, which is roughly a circle, so their flight distance is much longer than the straight line distance between cities. On average, The total voyage of each flying boat is about 2,000 kilometers per trip. As both are mainly used for freight, here we will compare them with the Green Express ship Liaoning of the Rabbits. The Liaoning is 304.5 meters long and 75 meters wide, and may be a little smaller than the flying boat. The Liaoning burns heavy oil, and the current price of 1 ton of heavy oil is about 2,100 Chinese yuan. The average fuel consumption of Liaoning for 777 kilometers is 380 tons. According to this number, the Liaoning consumes about 1,100 tons of fuel for more than 2,000 kilometers, and the oil price is about 2 to 3 million. So in this comparison, the cost of 1,500 spirit stones for the flying boat is not too expensive. After all, the flying boat is flying in the sky, and the energy consumption of the aircraft is generally 3 to 4 times that of the ship. At the same time, at the moment of seeing the flight, in the command center far away in the valley, looking at the video footage from Lin Ziming's video equipment, Zheng Guchen's eyes almost lit up, and his lips were trembling at this time. This shape can fly. It must not be filled with gas or rely on relative movement with the air. Look at the picture of it falling. This is anti-gravity technology. Anti-gravity technology is a very controversial concept at present. From the expression alone, it is very simple. The so-called anti-gravity system is to give an object a force outside the ground, and when it is in the opposite direction of gravity, the person can be in a suspended state. At present, we have many technologies that seem to be able to achieve this. For example, airplanes, rockets, magnetic levitation, etc. But in fact, none of them have anything to do with anti-gravity, not at all, including magnetic levitation. Because anti-gravity requires the construction of an anti-gravity field, and the airplane actually only uses the Bernoulli principle. In other words, if there is no relative movement between the airplane and the airplane cannot fly, but anti-gravity can. The real core of anti-gravity is to allow the object itself to generate energy to offset gravity. In order to make it easier for the students to understand, the further explanation of this sentence is, airplanes flying in the sky is not anti-gravity. Only when ordinary people can build airplanes standing in the sky can it be called anti-gravity. The reason why anti-gravity equipment cannot be built is very simple. In the current theoretical system, humans have no means to shield the influence of gravity, make the inertia of objects disappear, or make aircraft accelerate in the opposite direction under the action of gravity. Humans cannot create strange substances with negative mass. Although the Casimir effect can provide equivalent negative mass, its amount is too small to work in anti-gravity. After all, the core of the current gravity theory system is still based on Einstein's field equations. As we all know, Einstein's field equations describe gravity as the curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy. As long as the distribution of matter and energy in space-time is observed, the curvature of space-time can be calculated, and then the result of the curvature of space-time can be calculated. This well explains the precession of Mercury's perihelion, the redshift of light in the gravitational field, and the bending of light. For more than 100 years, the experimental data obtained from astronomical observations have been much more consistent with the general theory of relativity than other theories that attempt to explain the phenomenon of gravity. But it is precisely this model that has helped humans take many steps forward that does not allow the existence of so-called anti-gravity aircraft. Even if you use a large amount of negative mass to produce curvature changes, you will not get anti-gravity, but a warp engine with great destructive power. There is no way, because the current technology tree of the Earth is really limited. Although we have mastered the basic principles in calculation formulas of gravity, we still do not know enough about the causes and effects of gravity. The discovery of gravitational waves in 2016 may lead technology to break through this bottleneck. But no matter how difficult this road is, for physicists like Zheng Guchen, anti-gravity technology can be said to be their lifelong belief in a sense. The kind of person who would die in the evening if he heard the truth in the morning. At this time, he saw such a flying boat that seemed to achieve the anti-gravity effect through some means. Zheng Guchen was like a brother who flew to Neon a few days ago to discuss the philosophy of life with Takix Lola in depth. He was so excited that he seemed to see some kind of life goal materialize. Seeing that his deputy captain was about to roll his eyes and have a myocardial infarction, Lin Li first touched the quick-acting heart-saving pill on his chest, and then held him down. Old Zheng, don't worry, there are many unknowns in the Great Mo realm waiting for us to study. Don't get too excited, okay? Besides, we can see the situation now, but we can't understand it in detail for the time being, right? You can't let Colonel Lin or Xiao Wen go to the main control room to take pictures, right? Listen to me, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Everything has to be considered in the long run. Yan Xiaoxin and others on the side also advised him, and in the end, everyone talked to each other and calmed Zhang Guchen down. At this time, Lin Ziming and others, who were 200 kilometers away from the camp, naturally didn't know what happened in the command center. Looking at the giant flying boat that was gradually flying to the vicinity of the area, Wang Qiang now had only one thought in her mind. Fortunately, this is a different world, otherwise Newton would have to open the coffin and shout, "I'm not a human anymore, Jojo." Oh, what? Newton was cremated, so it's okay. In short, the appearance of the flying boat did bring great shock to everyone. Just as everyone was amazed, the flying boat suddenly stopped when it arrived at the edge of this area. Then it slowly began to land. After about 10 minutes, the huge hull made a slight contact sound with the ground and landed steadily on the ground without stirring up a cloud of dust. At the same time as the flying boat landed, Wei Qiangsheng also called out to everyone, "Everyone, get ready to board the ship." After the spaceship landed, the leaders of the other caravans also began to shout to the members. Soon, many lizard cars were pulled to the open space more than 10 meters away from the side of the flying boat. After the lizard car stopped steadily, Wei Qiangsheng brought several officers of the Weifu caravan to the rear of the vehicle and tinkered with it skillfully. I saw that the carriage of the lizard car suddenly began to slowly descend, and finally landed steadily on the ground, completely separated from the axle. Lin Ziming noticed. After the carriages landed, they seemed to have triggered some internal mechanism, and 4 small wheels quietly appeared at the 4 corners, which could obviously be towed. There was no doubt about it. This was some kind of ingenious mechanism design that could be opened and closed twice, and the technology was already very mature. In fact, similar structures also appeared during the Warring States period in China, but the process was not as convenient as that of the Wei Mansion. After the carriages landed, several strong servants walked out of the Wei Mansion caravan. They walked in groups of 2, holding long ropes. Then they fixed the ropes to the front of the carriages and pulled the carriages to the wing of the flying boat. Since the Wei Mansion caravan had the largest number of followers, and Wei Qiangsheng's personal reputation was not low, the Wei Mansion caravan naturally ranked first. After about 10 minutes, a passage slowly opened in the center of the wing of the flying boat. The height of the passage was about 15 meters and the width was about 8 meters, which was enough to accommodate all the goods. Then, an old man in luxurious clothes walked out with more than 20 monks who looked like guards. Now Lin Ziming has successfully awakened his spirit and introduced Qi into his body. Although he has not yet broken through the first level of Qi training, he has a certain degree of perception ability. This perception ability is not strong, but when facing a cultivator who is full of momentum and unreserved, it is still possible to judge the other party's approximate cultivation level. At this time, according to Lin Ziming's judgment, the cultivation level of these guards should be above the 3rd level of Qi training, and they are well equipped. Among them, the middle-aged man who led the group was even more tyrannical and abnormal, and was highly suspected to be in the foundation building stage. The guards of a flying boat are still so powerful, and the foundation and strength of Zhejiang City can be seen. Then Wei Qiangsheng walked forward respectfully and handed a small bag to the old man in gorgeous clothes. According to the information provided by the Wei Mansion before, this flying boat can carry about 3,000 people. Zhejiang City charges a standard low-grade spirit stone for each passenger, and each person can carry 200 kilograms of goods for free. To be honest, this price is not expensive. It takes more than 1,500 spirit stones to start a flying boat once, and various personnel expenses must be considered during the flight. In addition, the number of people that the flying boat can carry is said to be 3,000, but in reality it is impossible for it to be fully loaded every time. So let's do a simple calculation like this. It's not a loss, but it's also difficult to make a lot of money from the flying boat. The flying boats in Zhejiang City are a bit like the tickets for some cheap tour groups. As long as you can make back the cost, the money-making links are all in the back. As long as you do business in Zhejiang City, you must pay trade taxes, which is the big part. The old man in Chinese clothes took Wei Qiangsheng's spiritual stone bag, counted it carefully, and said a few words. I think it was to not run around after getting on the boat. Then he waved his hand and signaled the guards to let him go. Wei Qiangsheng respectfully clasped his fists to the old man, turned back to Lin Ziming. "Colonel Lin, let's get on the boat." Lin Ziming nodded slightly, turned to the members of the Huaxia trade group and said, "Let's get on the boat together." After that, he straightened his chest and followed Wei Qiangsheng into the passage. After entering the passage, Lin Ziming and his party were guided by a young man in a blue robe who looked like a receptionist. They first passed a lifting platform and came to a higher place inside the ship, then turned around and finally arrived at a cabin. This cabin was very spacious, with hundreds of reclining seats like those on a train. Lin Ziming touched it secretly with his hand, and it was made of cotton cloth. The seats in this cabin were about 5x10 per group. 2 groups formed a row, and there were 4 rows and 8 groups in total. The leftmost row could see the outside through the porthole. Then the young man in blue robe led everyone to an area, gestured around, with a bright smile on his face. "Jiligulu Jiligula." Wei Qiangsheng nodded as he listened. Lin Ziming was about to find Wu Fan to translate, when he saw this young man approaching him tactfully. "Colonel Lin, this person is saying that seats 55 to 202 are seats. Although the seats are made of cotton, they are cleaned with cleansing talismans every time, so they are very clean. In addition, the bathroom is at the front. If you want to order food, you can activate the talisman on the seat to place an order. If you want to upgrade to a better seat, you need to pay extra." This year, the head of the Yang family in Zhejiang City has a little daughter, so the upgrade discount only requires 5 spirit stones, and you get 1 for every 5 upgrades. Don't miss this opportunity. Lin Li, what the hell is this sense of deja vu of a domestic low-cost airline? After the young man in blue robe left, everyone took their seats in turn. Wang Qiang was a girl, so Lin Ziming arranged a window seat for her. After taking her seat, Wang Qiang looked out the window with a bit of depression, and muttered with her head down, "The high-end flying boat turned out to be a cheap airline. It's a pity that this is a fairy world. Where is the ancient-style decoration? Why do I feel like it's a second-class seat on a train?" Lin Ziming smiled and glanced at her, and said, "After all, this is a cargo flying boat. The comfort is definitely not comparable to that of a cruise ship. Besides, look at the surrounding lighting and the talismans on the chairs. The difference is still very obvious compared to the mainland. How about this? When there is a chance in the future, I will treat you to a ride in the high-class cabin for 5 spirit stones." Wang Qiang glanced at him with a frown, and a trace of suspicion appeared on her face. "Really? 5 spirit stones are not cheap, nearly 30,000 yuan. Seeing that Wang Qiang doubted him, Lin Ziming was immediately a little unhappy, and said in a rather literary way, "I am a cadre after all, and I have good benefits. I am clean and single, and I don't have much to spend. It's not a small thing to ask you to take a ride in the other world, really." Wang Qiang smiled and poked forward with her index finger. "Look at what that is." Lin Ziming looked at it with a puzzled look, and then saw Wei Zixi staring at him with a puffy face 3 or 4 seats away. Lin Ziming, "Damn, how did this girl follow me? I didn't notice it at first." "Good luck, Colonel Lin." Wang Qiang patted his shoulder and shook his head and said, "Someone said that 30,000 yuan is a small thing. I hope to see more than 300 yuan in your pocket in the future." After saying this, Wang Qiang took out the night vision goggles he carried with him, hummed a little tune and looked at the scenery outside the window. Lin Ziming, then he shook his head and sighed. Although it was a bit of a headache for Wei Zixi's entanglement, since this girl had already sneaked into the caravan, we could only face this established fact. At most, we could just go to Zhejiang City more often these days. After about half an hour, the flying boat began to float slowly. Lin Ziming keenly noticed that there was no vibration caused by the thrust when the flying boat started. This can also be regarded as a side confirmation that the flying boat is indeed related to the concept of anti-gravity. Of course, referring to many previous situations, the owner and even the manufacturer of the flying boat may not know the specific principles. Even if there is a chance to contact and study it in the future, the rabbits will probably have to start from scratch. After the flying boat was completely airborne, Wang Qiang quietly picked out some instruments from her bag, fiddled with them for a few times, and said to Lin Ziming, "According to the instruments given to us by Akita Mission Zen, the current flying boat's flight altitude is about 7,000 meters above the ground, the speed is about 200 kilometers per hour, the cabin pressure is about 0.6 atmospheres, and the communication equipment signal is normal." Measuring some data in the flying boat was one of the tasks assigned to her before the command center left. After all, although it is impossible to obtain detailed power information of the flying boat, it is still possible to judge some characteristics of the flying boat through some external data, and thus analyze some of its structures. 4 hours later, the flying boat stopped flying. It landed in another city that was also a transit station like Linhan City. Soon, another batch of new caravan personnel were added and completely filled up the cabin. About half an hour later, the flying boat took off again and repeated it 6 times. 2 days later, the night of the Damo realm faded and the day returned. Not long after the 3 suns appeared in the sky, a huge city appeared in the side of the flying boat. At the same time, suddenly, a notification in Damo was heard from inside the flying boat, and it was translated into Chinese by the Tool Wu Fan. Dear passengers, the flying boat has arrived above Zhejiang City. Please prepare to disembark. If you need to buy a gift package of Zibeoxin specialties, you can ask any staff member. The price is preferential and first come first served. Note, in this chapter, you can guess what technology will be developed. The hints are all in this chapter. If you guess correctly, you will get 5 more chapters. The deadline is the end of the month. You have to guess the specific item correctly. If you guess correctly again, you will get 1 more chapter. Today is a 2-in-1 chapter, so I will only update this one. By the way, my avatar can actually pass the review. Chapter 100 Tangji Chamber of Commerce. As a direct disciple of an academician-level boss like Lin Li, Wang Qiang has participated in many meetings and scientific research tasks. So taking a plane is a familiar thing for her. So correspondingly, she has observed the city on the ground from a high altitude through the porthole many times. But this is the first time for her to observe the layout of a giant city in another world from a high altitude. Zhejiang City occupies a large area. Perhaps for the sake of preventing monsters, the layout of the city is a standard square like Chixin City, and there are walls on all sides. At this time, the height of the flying boat is less than 2 kilometers from the ground. With the help of the rangefinder, it is barely possible to roughly estimate the length of the city wall. Due to the reference object, the accuracy is very low, let alone the meter level. It is impossible to do it at the 100-meter level, but the kilometer level will not deviate too much. According to Wang Qiang's calculations, the length and width of the Zhejiang city wall are probably close to 15 kilometers, and the height is far more than the 15 meters of Chixin City, reaching more than 40 meters. After calculating the result, Wang Qiang counted on his fingers again, the length and width of about 15 kilometers, that is, the area is close to more than 200 square kilometers. This urban area is probably larger than the average prefecture-level city, right? Lin Ziming is from Bincheng, so he naturally substituted his hometown for comparison and said, I remember that the urban area of Bincheng is also more than 200 square kilometers, more than 240 square kilometers, it seems, and it should not be much worse than Zhejiang City. Bincheng can rank in the top 20 among all the prefecture-level cities in China. Wang Qiang tilted his head and put his finger on his chin and said, but I remember that Bincheng has more than 4 million people, right? Zhejiang City only seems to have 2 million. Ma Ning, who was resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and said, Comrades Io Wang, you have fallen into a misunderstanding. Think about it carefully. How many residential buildings are there in our cities now? How many high-rise buildings have you seen in Demoji? If the area of high-rise residential buildings is flattened, it is not surprising that a city with more than 2 million people covers an area of more than 200 kilometers. But in general, the area of a city is often related to the distance that can be reached by means of transportation in a short time, so such a large city must have some special features. As Ma Ning said, nowadays, there are countless high-rise residential buildings in China's big cities. If 5 or 6 30-story residential areas are calculated as 4 households per floor, there is no pressure to live in 1,000 or even 2,000 people. But for various reasons, there are few high-rise buildings in the Great Mo realm, at least among the people. In 2017, the per capita housing construction area of Chinese residents has reached 40.8 square meters. As the most developed city within a radius of 2,000 miles, Zhejiang City has no problem with a per capita residential and office area of 50 to 60. The per capita comprehensive area during the Qin dynasty was about 52.4 square meters. Xiangyang. 60 times 2 million is 120 million square meters, which is exactly 120 square kilometers. The remaining urban public area of 80 square kilometers is just right. After all, there are no office buildings in Zhejiang City. So the area of Zhejiang City is quite normal. What Ma Ning, or the rabbits really care about, is the distribution of social forms and how various basic living facilities operate in such a huge ancient city. Of course, in addition to the above 2 points, the rabbits have another thing that is of utmost importance: trade. The flying boat is parked on a flat land about 8 kilometers outside the city. The ground is flat and the view is wide. In a sense, it can be regarded as a helipad. After the flying boat landed, Lin Ziming just walked out of the cabin door and prepared to take a look around, and a large group of drivers pulling lizard carts came up. There were more drivers not far away looking around. "Boss, are you transporting goods?" The enlarged car can carry 5 boxes in one trip. The price is 100 coppers. "Get on the car and take it away." Lin Ziming, after he finally got rid of the group of drivers, several people dressed as bosses came up. Lin Ziming noticed that these managers were vaguely divided into 2 or 3 groups. "Boss, are you selling goods? We have a talisman workshop that urgently needs monster materials. We will give you a 3-point premium. Cash payment is immediate, and you don't have to go to the city." Lin Ziming's expression did not change, but he exclaimed in his heart, "Here they come." He roughly counted the number of these managers, found an excuse to get out, and returned to find Wei Qiangsheng, who was unloading the goods. "Brother Qiangshen, have there been people outside who collect goods on the spot in previous years?" Wei Qiangsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned his head and looked outside for a few times, and shook his head. "I have been to Zhejiang City 7 or 8 times, and I have never encountered such a situation. Every time, a large area in Zhejiang City is vacated, and we just set up a stall and wait for people to collect it." Lin Ziming nodded. Wei Qiangsheng had mentioned to the headquarters that Zhejiang City would divide the market area. The market is located in the north of the city and is opened every 3 to 4 years on average. To some extent, this kind of market is similar to some local trade fairs held regularly. This kind of market is the best opportunity to sell materials directly. Many chambers of commerce or upstream merchants in the talisman industry will come to purchase resources during the market. As the saying goes, every industry has its own rules. This kind of behavior of blocking the flying boat is generally rare. In Zhejiang City, there is only one family that can do this. Lin Ziming had a vague idea in his mind at this time, and then he continued to ask, "How many medium-sized chambers of commerce are there in Zhejiang City?" "That is, the ones that can take your batch of goods without pressure." This time, Wei Qiangsheng thought for a longer time, and it took a full half a minute before he answered. "This time, due to the assistance of the hometown, the monster materials we brought are in large quantities. There are about 20 or so chambers of commerce in Zhejiang City that can take them, including some chain chambers of commerce. If it is the quantity in previous years, it will be more. It is estimated that there will be 40 to 50 chambers of commerce that can take them." "Well, the kind that can settle cash without pressure." Lin Ziming nodded thoughtfully. The flying boat they took off from Linian City and passed through 6 transfer stations. According to the casual chat between Wu Fan and the blue-clothed receptionist, this time the flying boat has a total of about 2,000 people and about 50 to 60 caravans. Counting the other 2 flying boats, the number of caravans that arrived in Zhejiang City this time is about 150 to 200. There are about 40 to 50 chambers of commerce in the city that are capable of buying these goods. If some small chambers of commerce are included, the total number may be around 60. Among the 60 chambers of commerce, there are only 5 or 6 people in charge outside the flying boat. The amount of information revealed is very large. The Yang family must have blocked the news. At the same time, in order to ensure that the news is not leaked, even if the Yang family has begun to purchase the existing inventory materials of other chambers of commerce in the city, the action will never be too obvious. Just like the big funds in the stock market who are bottom fishing, it is impossible to go all in directly when entering the market. The area of Zhejiang City is so huge, and it was still dark in the past 48 hours. Even the Yang family cannot lay out all the nets. So as long as the rabbits hurry up, they will definitely have a chance to steal some soup. But in addition to time, the rabbits have another problem. There are too few spirit stones. More than 20,000 spirit stones, converted into Chinese currency, is about 600,000, which is 120 million. 120 million may buy good things at large-scale exhibitions, but the quantity is definitely limited. The same is true for bottom fishing. Thinking of this, Lin Ziming immediately went to a remote place and reported the situation in detail to the headquarters through the communication equipment. 10 minutes later, the headquarters sent a detailed arrangement. Then Lin Ziming found Mu Jie and Gu Junming and relayed the arrangements of the headquarters. That's about it, Chief of Staff Gu. Where's the stuff? Gu Junming immediately answered, Colonel Lin, the stuff has been guarded by 2 special elites. After saying this, Gu Junming raised a thumbs up to the person leaning behind him. Soon, 2 soldiers came up with an alloy box. Colonel Lin, the things are inside. Gu Junming took the alloy box and handed it to Lin Ziming, and asked at the same time, by the way, because we are wearing ancient clothes, our QTS-11s are all placed in the cargo box. We only have a small number of weapons on us now. Do we need to take out all the individual weapons? Lin Ziming thought for a while, shook his head, and said, time is urgent, so let's take 3 sets of weapons. Fighting is strictly prohibited in Zhejiang City. It should be relatively safe. 3 sets of QTS-11 are enough for self-protection. In short, let's travel light and set off as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, Lin Ziming walked out with a group of people and horses, stopped a few Yiki cars and drove straight to Zhejiang City. Note, there is another chapter later, just turn to the past to find it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.